Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour. Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-10, Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to move my chair out of the way if you can, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to be blunt. The relationship between the Crown and Indigenous peoples isn't built on fancy titles or shiny new offices. It's built on honour, on keeping our word. And this Liberal government has a real problem with that. Bill C-10 is just another level of bureaucracy that isn't needed. Another office in Ottawa to tell us again that the government isn't doing what it promised to do. We don't need a commissioner to point out failure. We can see that from here. We can see that in our communities all across our country. My riding in Caribou Prince George, Indigenous leaders are living this each and every day. Just this week, Chief Willie Sellers and the Williams Lake First Nation Council were in Ottawa. They didn't come here looking for a handout. They came looking for partnership, especially on the reconstruction and redevelopment of the St. Joseph's Mission, a residential school in my hometown. They want real action, not more red tape, and who can blame them? In fact, when they asked to meet and discuss their plans, it was our party, the Conservative Party, that stepped up and said yes immediately. Our Shadow Minister for Indigenous Services, the member from Edmonton Northwest, worked diligently to accommodate them, to listen to them, and to make sure they had everything they needed. Madam Speaker, reconciliation has to be about more than words. It has to be a partnership. And what I've seen in the last 10 years is leadership from the other side standing, dabbing a fake tear, putting their hand on their heart and say they care. They really care. But what we've seen through, under the guise of reconciliations, that they've pitted First Nation against First Nation and First Nation against non-First Nation. When Chief Willie and Council from Williams Lake First Nation asked to meet with our leader, the member from Battle River Crowfoot, stepped up immediately. He changed the schedule, took the time to listen, ask questions, work to understand the path forward. That, Madam Speaker, is what a real leader does. That's how we build trust. That's how we reconcile the differences. Leadership to leadership, not agent of the government to leadership to First Nations, but leadership to leadership. When they asked to meet with the Liberals, the government, the people with the ability to get things done, it truly was like pulling teeth. Now, I know that there are others on the other way. I'm looking at one right now at the center of the Liberal caucus that's going to stand up and say, as he does every day, that they've done this, and they've done this, and they've done this. But, Madam Speaker, the reality is the experience that our leaders felt this week was less than desirable. Maybe if the Liberals spent less time creating new bureaucracies and more time actually listening, they'd be in a better position to move our country forward on a whole host of issues. I also want to thank our Shadow Minister for Crown and Indigenous Relations, the honourable member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, like the member from Edmonton Northwest and the member from Battle River Crowfoot, who stepped up, changed the schedule, and took the time to listen. Communities like Kletli-Tene, Nasco, Latako, McLeod Lake, Cheslada, and Williams Lake First Nation are working hard. They're building economies, creating jobs, and planning for the future, not just for their community, but for our regions. But the federal government keeps tripping over its own departments. It picks winners over losers. As I said earlier on, it pits First Nation versus First Nation. Endless delays, finger-pointing, promises with no follow-through, and instead of fixing anything, the Liberals want yet another office on Wellington Street to tell us what this government isn't doing. We don't need more bureaucrats. We need the ones that have their jobs to do their jobs. What's happening right now in Williams Lake and around our province is unacceptable, full stop. For decades, families, ranchers, and longtime landowners have been living in limbo because of unresolved land claims. People deserve clarity. They deserve honesty and they deserve a seat at the table. Instead, they're getting brushed off while decisions that directly affect their livelihoods are made behind closed doors. Indigenous land claims are serious matters historically, legally, and morally. No one disputes that. But when governments mishandle them, when they communicate poorly, when they ignore the people whose homes, businesses, and generational lands are in the middle of it, they create fear and distrust. And that is exactly what is going on with the BC government right now in my province. Folks, what we're seeing play out across British Columbia right now should concern every single one of us. The latest court rulings, including the Cowichan decision that threw long-established land titles in the city of Richmond into doubt, have sent a shockwave through communities. It should send a shockwave across our nation. Families who worked their whole lives to build something are waking up wondering if the land they bought in good faith is still truly theirs. And why are we at this point? Because successive governments have abdicated their duties. They've passed on, ministers of the Crown have passed on their duties and responsibilities, abdicated it, to agents for them. The sad truth is this: they're asking these questions because government at every level have failed to bring clarity, failed to lead, failed to protect the people caught in the middle. And let's be clear, Indigenous rights and title matter. They must be respected. But respecting Indigenous rights and treating landowners fairly are not mutually exclusive. The problem is governments that refuse to do the hard work, governments needed to resolve these issues before they explode into uncertainty and anxiety for everyone, are failing. Instead of stepping up, the province is dodging responsibility. The federal government is talking about creating new bureaucracies, more layers, more delays, more confusion. British Columbians need leadership, not another game of pass the buck. It's time for Ottawa and Victoria to get their act together, sit everyone down at the same table, and finally build a process that delivers justice, certainty, and stability for all. We have ministers of the Crown. Why can't they meet with these First Nation leaders and come up with a solution that is acceptable to all? Rather than stepping up and taking responsibility, the province is shifting the burden onto everyone else. We have landowners in the Chilcotin that have waited 10 years to find out whether their farms, their ranches, their guide and outfitting businesses are worth anything. The province is shifting the burden onto everyone else, and the federal government, instead of bringing leadership, clarity, and support, is floating the idea of yet another bureaucracy, another layer, another office, another department. Another way to say this isn't our problem while pretending they're solving something. Another way for them to have plausible deniability. We all know what this really means. More delays, more red tape, more confusion, and more people left in the dark. Ranchers in Chilcotin aren't asking for anything unreasonable. They're asking for transparency. They're asking for respect. They're asking to be heard. Decisions are made, not after. Landowners aren't the enemy. Indigenous communities aren't the enemy. The real problem is governments that refuse to communicate and refuse to lead. This doesn't have to be a fight. These issues can be resolved through partnership, real partnership. That means the province doing their job is responsible for. That means the federal government, the ministers, making sure Canadians aren't caught in the crossfire. That means both levels of government, recognizing that their decisions have real consequences. Families who wonder if their land will still be theirs, businesses unsure if they should invest or expand, and communities left uncertain about their future. Passing the buck is not leadership. Creating new bureaucracies is not leadership. Ignoring the people directly impacted is not leadership. People of Canada deserve better. Our governments, provincial and federal, need to stop sidestepping responsibility, start doing their hard work, and bringing all parties together. No more delays, no more excuses, no more hiding behind the process. They need to fix this. They don't need another level of red tape, another commissioner who's likely a friend of the Liberal Party that's going to get this high-paid job. They don't need that. They need to fix this. They need to listen to the people that are affected and do the right thing. Madam Speaker, I stand here today embarrassed. Embarrassed because I was proud of the leadership of our First Nations from my hometown to come to this town and to come and present their vision for their community, their vision for our region. And what I saw was being snubbed by the Liberal Party time and again. being passed down, being told, I want to finish my coffee before I'll come and meet with them. Yes, that's a direct quote. That was said to me. Madam Speaker, I work through these issues nonpartisan-like whenever I can in our community. I'm proud to bring people to our region. I'm proud to bring people to our region. So, Madam Speaker, I just offer this. We don't need another level of bureaucracy. We don't need more red tape. We need the people at the heads of these governments right now to sit down and do their job.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, let me pick up on the word embarrassed. The member, if he's going to be embarrassed, should be embarrassed in terms of the way in which the Conservative Party wants to do economic projects without any formal consent from Indigenous communities. So he stands up and he talks about reconciliation. Listen to the questions that the leader of the Conservative Party has put across related to pipelines. How can he possibly say ignoring the interests of Indigenous people in BC is a form of reconciliation? He has the tenacity to say that we're not listening? Seriously, think about the issue.
For Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, I'll take no lessons from the honourable colleague across the way. For 10 years, Madam Speaker, 9 years, he stood behind a leader that actually dismissed the first female Indigenous Attorney General, that absolutely ran her right out of his government, Madam Speaker. That when First Nations protesters came to one of his events, he yelled at them and said, thank you for their donation, Madam Speaker. Who at every turn pitted First Nation against First Nation against non-First Nation, who hid behind reconciliation for all his misdeeds, Madam Speaker. I'll take no lessons from that colleague.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouge. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my learned colleague for his speech. Just wait 1 second. The Honourable Member is putting on his earpiece. All good? Is it working? Can you hear? The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my learned colleague. First, I would say today what's going on is a little bit ironic, but it's less irony and more dark humor. There's a Liberal bill that we agree with that proposes reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and consultation with Indigenous peoples, but this same government has just announced an agreement to shove a pipeline down the throats of British Columbia Indigenous nations. I would like to hear my learned colleague speak to that. Does he not understand the bitterness and disillusionment that Indigenous peoples in the West will feel when they witness the actions of this government? And sure, the government talks about consultations and international agreements, but then they go, propose a pipeline, and say, we'll consult you after the fact, but you're getting the pipeline whether you like it or not.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I appreciate our colleague from across the way. I'll just go with the words from our colleague from Skeena Bulkley, who himself was the chief counselor for the Haida First Nation, or Haisla First Nation, for 6 years. And he was a counselor for 8 years. And during that period, he was the treaty chairman. Also led his community through massive economic projects like LNG Canada. He stewarded them through for economic prosperity. There are obviously proponents and opponents to these projects, First Nation proponents and First Nation opponents to these projects. But it speaks all the more reason that we don't need an agent for the government to sit at the table. We need the ministers of the government to sit at the table and to listen to the concerns so that we can find a path forward for all of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to ask the member about how important this issue needs to be a non-partisan issue, especially given that it's organizations like the Land Claims Agreement Coalition that has been working hard for 20 years to make sure that this bill is introduced. because it would, for example, honor UNDRIP and implement a portion of UNDRIP for Indigenous peoples. That taking a nonpartisan approach to ensuring creating accountability, no matter who the government will hold the government to account, and that is why creating this commissioner position is important, and that we should avoid taking partisan pot shots at each other.
Brief answer from the honourable member for Caribou Prince
Madam
George.
Speaker, I deeply respect our colleague across the way. Here's my concern with yet another layer of bureaucracy, which I'm sure she can appreciate. This building, this hall, and parliaments all across our country are filled with studies and filled with commissioner reports that government doesn't listen. So if they have the ministers at the table speaking directly with the leadership from all across our country, maybe they can come to some agreement on how we move forward.
And we have to resume debate. The honourable member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Although the government frames this legislation as a step towards reconciliation and improved accountability, it is neither. Instead, it expands bureaucracy, repeats mechanisms that are already in place, and diverts energy away from the real work in reaching agreements with the nations. Conservatives believe in the importance of Canada's relationship with Indigenous people. We believe deeply in honouring the treaties this country has signed, both historic and modern. Modern treaties represent decades of negotiation, collaboration, and sacrifice by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners. They defined land rights, they established jurisdiction, and provide a clear path towards local decision-making and economic certainty. These agreements matter, and they deserve to be implemented. Bill C-10 does not advance that goal. In fact, Ms. Speaker, it does the opposite. Since the 1970s, Canada has sought to move beyond the numbered treaties and develop modern, comprehensive agreements grounded in partnership. Today, more than 24 modern treaties are in force across the country, from Nunavut to Yukon to Quebec to British Columbia, where I represent my riding. These agreements form a critical foundation for reconciliation, economic development, and Indigenous self-government. They are supposed to be binding and enforceable, and they are supposed to hold the federal government accountable. But this government has consistently failed to meet its obligations under those agreements. That is not a matter of opinion, it's a matter of record. And that record has been documented clearly, repeatedly, and exhaustively by the Auditor General of Canada. Which brings me to the central flaw of this bill. BC 10 creates the position of a commissioner for modern treaty implementation, an office that will review, monitor, and assess, evaluate, and report on federal performance. Those are the words we have all seen before because they describe the existing mandate already for the Auditor General. For nearly 20 years, the Auditor General has published a report after report identifying the federal failures in implementing modern treaties. These reports all say the same thing. There's chronic delays, unfulfilled commitments, inadequate coordination between departments, and no meaningful consequences when obligations are ignored. The oversight already exists. The findings exist. The recommendations exist. What does not exist is the government's willingness to act. Ms. Speaker, one has to ask, where has accountability been? Who has faced the consequences for failing to uphold these treaties? I have yet to hear a single minister held responsible for years of missed deadlines and ignored commitments. Instead of fixing the problem, which have been highlighted by the Auditor General, the Liberals want to create a new office to highlight the same promises over and over again. This new commissioner comes with a price tag. It's not free. Price tag of $10.6 million over 4 years, money that could instead be used to actually implement treaty obligations, support Indigenous government's capacity, or accelerate negotiations that have been stalled for years. This is bureaucracy posing as progress, and Canadians are expected to cover the tab. Yes, Indigenous partners have expressed support for this bill because they want stronger oversight. They want something to actually be done. But accountability comes from implementation, not from another layer of review. Communities are calling for results, safer housing, reliable water, and treatment and treaty commitments that are fulfilled. The only thing that will deliver them that is a government willing to act on the oversight already in place, and this government has not done that. To illustrate how redundant this office is, even the legislation seems a little embarrassed by it. The bill contains an entire section explaining that the Commissioner must avoid duplication of work with the Auditor General and other oversight bodies that already exist. It states that the Commissioner must coordinate activities to prevent overlap. When a bill has to explicitly warn itself not to duplicate functions, it is clearly duplicating. That alone should tell the House everything it needs to know. And it gets worse. The bill notes that the Commissioner is not a dispute resolution body. The Commissioner is not a performance auditor, and the Commissioner gets to decide their own priorities, including the number and frequency of reviews and that they feel like producing. In other words, this office cannot solve failures, cannot enforce compliance, and cannot even be compelled to work at the pace required to match the seriousness of the issues that are at hand. And these issues are serious, not just in the province of BC, where in places it is actually exploding, but throughout Canada. So again, I ask, what is this office supposed to do? The answer is nothing meaningful. Ms. Speaker, the problem is not a lack of oversight. The problem is lack of action. And this government has a long history of substituting announcements, offices, and photo ops for actual implementation. When faced with a problem, the Liberal instinct is always the same: create a new bureaucracy and hope that symbolism distracts from inaction. Let's look at the record. Since 2015, despite promising a renewed nation-to-nation relationship, despite promising to respect modern treaty partners, this government has negotiated 0 new modern treaties. Not one, 10 years, 0 progress. Meanwhile, under Prime Minister Stephen Harper, Canada saw a real result. 9 communities reached their final modern treaty agreement in 6 years. These were not symbolic gestures, they were fully negotiated agreements that required hard decisions, interdepartmental coordination, and political will. Conservatives got things done, and the Liberals have not. This context matters. A government that has failed to negotiate treaties, failed to implement existing obligations, now wants Parliament to believe that creating another office will miraculously fix the failures it has spent a decade ignoring. The claim is not credible. The Liberals argue that a commissioner will provide direction, but modern treaties do not need more direction, they need delivery. Out of respect for our First Nation partners, our neighbours, departments need to implement the agreements already signed. Ministers need to enforce obligations already written in law. Commitments that have been sitting untouched for years need to be acted on, not observed from afar by a new commissioner. Reconciliation is not achieved by expanding Ottawa's payroll. It is achieved when commitments are honoured. Treaty partners have been patient. Some have been waiting for implementation milestones for decades. They deserve measurable progress, clear timelines, and accountability, not more reports confirming what they already know, which is that the federal government has failed to meet its responsibilities. Conservatives believe reconciliation must be rhetorical, grounded in partnership, not in Ottawa-centric bureaucracy. We respect treaty rights. We respect the work, time, and investment Indigenous communities put into these agreements. And we believe that honouring that work requires implementation, not layers of duplication. Let's be clear, if Bill C-10 passes, nothing will change. In 4 or 5 years, the Auditor General will still be issuing the same warnings, departments will still be missing deadlines, treaty partners will still be waiting, and Canadians will still be asking where the money went. Oversight is not the issue, leadership is. That is why Conservatives cannot support Bill C-10. We will continue to advocate for transparent accountability. We will continue to push for meaningful implementation of modern treaties. And we will continue to insist that reconciliation requires action, not new offices in Ottawa. Thank you.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can explain how it is that the Conservative Party respects treaty rights and is in favor of reconciliation when you have the leader of the Conservative Party saying what he has been saying for the last week plus in regards to what he believes the Conservative Party would do with respect to a pipeline, that he doesn't believe that he has to consult and work with Indigenous leaders, in particular in the province of British Columbia. And then you look at the report, the bill itself, the agent of Parliament is something that Indigenous communities want to see. How does she reconcile that?
Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I thank the member for his question. I think that what's important about this bill is that it's not going to end with any results. It's a repeat of the bureaucratic layers and layers that we already have. The Auditor General is already doing exactly what the Liberals plan to spend, $4 million on. So what we need is to start actually doing the work. Our relationship with these communities throughout Canada and in BC is extremely important, and we cannot waste time on bureaucratic mumbo-jumbo.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for really highlighting a concern that I think lots of Canadians have and that have been highlighted here in her speech about the accountability measures and the just increasing more bureaucracy. This Liberal government over the last decade has demonstrated when they increase more bureaucrats, they actually have poor service delivery. And in this case, I really believe, and what she really got to in her speech, is this lack of accountability. It's not going to change by creating more bureaucracy. It's actually a leadership failure by the current Liberal government. And I'd just like my honourable colleague to comment and re-emphasize her opinion on what this lack of accountability does with the current leadership of the Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I thank my colleague for his question. We don't need more bureaucracy, as he mentions. Relationships with First Nations is extremely important, but when we set up more bureaucracy, it only makes things worse. There's more finger pointing, it confuses, it sets up communities against communities, and it sets us all up for bad faith and friction. What we need is we need to help the relationships and work on the relationships between our communities so that real progress can be made and real treaties can be made. In other words, we need to do the work.
Member for Nunavut.
I wonder what the member says to the over 130 Indigenous groups that helped co-develop this bill in its original form, Bill C-77, which is a carbon copy to C-10, what she says to them of their hard work that they did to ensure that Bill C-10 can reach the stage that it's at, because it's them who have been asking for the commissioner to be created so that they can see legal obligations finally being implemented. As she correctly said in her statement, there's not enough implementation of legal treaties with First Nations, and that there needs to be a commissioner position to ensure that these obligations are being met.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
I thank my colleague for her question. She is definitely an expert on this in this field. I think what I want to tell her is that I actually want work to happen. I want this to move forward. And as she knows, the more bureaucracy and the more money that's thrown into just a repetitive process, the real work isn't going to be done. We need these trees to actually happen. When there are no trees, there's only delays, broken promises, breeds contempt.
Well, member, French interpretation is not working. Can we ensure that it gets back to honourable members, that we can hear the interpretation? Is it working now? No, it's still not working. Is it working? Yes. No, it's still not working. We are going to suspend to the call of the chair. Nous allons suspendre jusqu'à ce que
We will suspend to the call of the chair.
l'honorable député.
For her question, but it really happen. Conservatives want this to really happen, and we feel that another layer of bureaucracy will not allow that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise here today to speak on the issue that touches, perhaps paradoxically, one of Canada's most important, yet too often overlooked relationships, our relationship with Indigenous peoples. Like many members in this House, the riding I represent, the Mohawks of Bay of Quinte. And like many members, I can candidly say, when I was first elected to represent the area we share with Tyendinaga, I did not truly understand as much as I should have about the community. I lacked an understanding of their history, their culture, and their heritage. I didn't fully appreciate the role Joseph Brant played during the American Revolution, the alliance he and his people forged with the British, or the promises made to the Mohawk people in recognition of their fierce and loyal support. I didn't know the full story of their migration after the war, the lands they lost, or how Brant led his people to what would become their home in Canada, and for one group in particular, to the shores of the Bay of Quinte. Through talking, engaging, and most importantly, listening, I like to think that some of my earlier misunderstandings had begun to fall away. Through many conversations and incredibly patient and strong local Indigenous leaders, advocates, and community members, including colleagues in this very House, I have begun to learn more about the rich and diverse history of Indigenous peoples in Canada. Every year, I look forward to the celebration of the Mohawk Landing in Tyendinaga, and I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank Chief Don Miracle, the Council, and the people of Tyendinaga for their kindness, their guidance, and their patience. It is an ongoing learning journey, but one in which I hope to continue to make meaningful progress. There is one more misconception that I, especially as a federal legislator, must set aside when it comes to understanding Indigenous communities, their relationship with Canada, and with the Crown. The most effective way to beginning to doing that is by listening. Listening to the concerns of the Council, the Chief, local business owners, builders, educators, and anyone else who wishes to have their voice heard. And Madam Speaker, of course, listening is a very important skill when engaging with any group, whether it business leaders, foreign dignitaries, or members of this chamber. But the relationship between Canada and Indigenous communities are too often steeped in sadness, violence, betrayal, deception, and neglect. They are numerous, and most importantly, they are each distinct. Too often, we speak of the Indigenous community as though it were a single, uniform entity. It is not. There are Indigenous communities, each with their own histories, governance structures, cultures, and needs. And even the word communities fail to truly capture the full diversity and complexity that exists. This misconception is, if not the core, then certainly a major contributor to the veil that has obscured the understanding of far too many policymakers and decision makers here in Ottawa. And that misunderstanding, unfortunately, extends to this very place. The simple truth is that Ottawa, and indeed Canada, has too frequently been unable or perhaps unwilling since its inception to treat every First Nation, Métis, and Inuit community with the individual respect, understanding, and reverence they deserve. My concern is that the creation of yet another centralized office in Ottawa risks adding only another layer of bureaucratic indifference, when what we require is streamlined, responsive process capable of negotiating, settling, and addressing historical wrongs with the attention each community merits. Non-Aboriginal Canadians hear about the problems faced by Aboriginal communities, but have almost no idea how these problems developed. There was little understanding of how the federal government contributed to that reality through residential schools and the policies and laws in place during their existence. That is a quote from Honoring the Truth, Reconciling for the Future, summary of the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada. And while it speaks specifically to the horror of residential schools, that same issue can be applied to far too many interactions between the state and Aboriginal communities at a larger scale. And that is what we as parliamentarians need to do. It is what we need to do better at. The reason this office has garnered some support from stakeholders is because they feel it is needed because government's not doing their due diligence in listening, engaging, learning, and advocating for the treaty rights of First Nations. The only thing that C10 will do is create another office that will release reports that will be ignored, reiterating what we already know is happening, that the government is not doing its job. What is worse, Madam Speaker, is it may remove the onus from far too many parliamentarians to engage and listen to Indigenous communities regarding treaty rights because I'll just wait for the report and let the government deal with it, especially among parliamentarians that do not share their borders with an Indigenous community. There is another glaring issue at hand here. The government has an aversion to properly fund these offices and allowing them to maintain independence if they don't toe the line. Our procurement ombudsman doesn't have enough money to do their job. They openly stated that. They are firing the interim parliamentary budget officer because he spoke out against the government. In fact, the advertisement for his replacement is already being published in the Canadian Gazette. Madam Speaker, I support treaty rights. I support treaty rights because I respect the rule of law and I respect the courts. To me, this is a fundamental underpinning of being a Tory. In many ways, there are the same reasons that convinced Joseph Brant and the Mohawk to ally with the British all those many years ago. I want to be part of not a government, but a house, of a legislature, of a nation that removes bureaucratic barriers to reconciliation. Not what I fear is putting them up. Ultimately, when the state is involved, action is only limited by will. To put on my partisan hat for just a moment, I want to highlight some of the actions the Harper government took when, and I stress when, political will was shown. In 2013, when the Conservative government implemented a change that accelerated and improved the process for resolving specific claims, which itself was an extension of the 2007 Specific Claims Action Plan. Following that, in 2008, through legislation developed in tandem with the Assembly of First Nations, was the Specific Claim Tribunal. They also achieved a number of modern treaties, including with the Chilicho, Delaunay, Mullainooth, and Tsawwassen. This was done without the addition of a commissioner for modern treaty implementation. Was it enough? No, but it was done. I do not believe I will be supporting this legislation because I believe it signals a silent abandonment of what we should be doing more in this House, of bringing that too-ignored relationship between Canada and First Nations into this place, of properly funding departments and agencies and removing the barriers to settlement so that not just Indigenous Canadians, but non-Indigenous Canadians can move on with their lives together. Right now, in the area that I represent, there is a settlement ongoing after years of negotiations. Yet, the government has not been forthcoming with either the Mohawk Bay of Quinte nor the town of Deseronto about what the final steps will mean for each of them. This is unacceptable for what is supposed to be one of the most straightforward treaties in the country. I do sincerely hope the ministers will work with and importantly communicate with both communities as this long-standing process moves towards a conclusion. And above all, Madam Speaker, most importantly, listen. Because if people in this House, if we never listen, we will never learn. And our ignorance would then never drift away. Thank you.
Yeah, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, to pick up on the idea of listening. And I want to point out that it is a very serious issue in which the leader of the Conservative Party has made it very clear in terms of his how he would envision things such as pipelines, where he believes that there is no duty or responsibility to work with Indigenous leaders when it comes to the pipeline. And yet the Conservatives tried to give this false impression that they actually believe in reconciliation, but when it comes to the Conservative Party's political self-serving interest, they're prepared to forego Indigenous concerns. And I'm wondering if she can explain to people that would be following this debate why the leader of the Conservative Party has taken the position that he has taken on the issue of the pipeline.
Good question.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague across the way. We are not here today to talk about Conservatives. We are not here to talk about politics. We are not here to talk about partisan issue as though one of my colleagues earlier spoke in a question. We are here to talk about C10. It was very clear in my speech that a large problem that we have is a failure to keep Indigenous conversations in this place, and that member's question alludes to exactly that. Oversight is not the issue. Leadership is, Madam Speaker.
Okay, questions in the Honourable Member for Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just find it the height of hypocrisy to hear the Parliamentary Secretary and the Liberals talk about their commitment to treaties and reconciliation when they're violating the treaties this very day. In my riding of Parkland, the Parkland School Division has had to lay off 100 educational assistants and has had tens of millions of dollars in losses because this Liberal government cut off Jordan's principal funding for at-risk and vulnerable Indigenous students. And it's not just in my riding, it's across this country. The Yellowknife Catholic School Division had to lay off 200 members because of this Liberal government's cuts to Indigenous education funding. I wonder if my honourable colleague can talk about how this Liberal government is currently failing Indigenous peoples. Thank you.
Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Jordan's principle is a conversation that has come up time and time again with trustees from my local area. The question is falling seemingly on deaf ears through this government. I've asked time and time again for some consultation, for communication, and where we're moving forward.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I thank the member for her intervention. I'm just as disgusted with the Liberal Parsec as well, and agree with the hypocrisy of their so-called mandate for reconciliation, which we know is not sincere. And I wonder if the member agrees that because we do have an important role in the Auditor General that does make sure that there are audits going on with government operations, that maybe we do need the role of the Commissioner to be able to call out such hypocrisy in this House.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I couldn't agree more. The hypocrisy is not welcome in this House, and we hear it time and time again. This is not a true step towards reconciliation. We spoke earlier about $10.6 million over 4 years, bureaucracy posing as progress. So, Madam Speaker, what the Indigenous peoples are looking for is safer housing, reliable water, and this bill has yet to do any of that. It's just another study, when there's already recommendations in place that we need to fulfill. Let's just do and implement these things. We don't need another bureaucratic prism to do that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, brief question.
Madam Speaker, I'll talk about NDP hypocrisy on another day, but I can tell you one thing, that this legislation is substantial. It's something in which Indigenous leaders have been calling for, helping in terms of assisting with the drafting of it. Can the member tell the member again, the House again, how does the member reconcile being in favor of reconciliation, yet not supporting legislation of this nature?
For Hastings, Lennox and Addington, Tyendinaga, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. C10 clearly, with no doubt, will only add another voice that governments have been ignoring for years. The issue is not people raising awareness. The issue, Madam Speaker, is the government ignoring them, and that is not going to change with that of C10.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Oops, sorry. Madam Speaker, when we talk about treaties, we're not talking about paperwork. We're talking about promises, solemn commitments made between the Crown and Indigenous people. Commitments that define land, governance, rights, and the very shape of our shared country. And the truth is, a promise is only as strong as the people responsible for keeping it. For decades, Indigenous partners have asked for something that every Canadian understands: respect, fairness, and a government that keeps its word. Not just speeches and photo ops, but real action. Bill C-10, which creates a new commissioner for modern treaty implementation, is supposed to be that answer. But we can't solve a problem of execution by creating more bureaucracy. Accountability doesn't come from a new office. It comes from leadership responsibility and courage to deliver on commitments that already exist in law. Madam Speaker, before we talk about implementation, we need to be clear about what modern treaties actually are. A modern treaty isn't symbolic. It's a legally binding agreement, a negotiated settlement that clarifies land ownership, resource rights, governance, and jurisdiction. In many cases, it includes self-government provisions that give Indigenous communities authority over education, health, culture, and local services. These agreements were meant to end decades, sometimes centuries, of litigation and uncertainty. They're not suggestions, they're federal law. So when Canada signs a treaty, the honor of the Crown is on the line. And that honor can't be delegated to another office, can't be outsourced or buried inside a new bureaucracy. It's got to be lived out in real action. So, Madam Speaker, here's the heart of the issue. The problem's not that there's too little oversight. The problem is that there's too little action. We don't have a shortage on reports. We have a shortage on results. Now, the Auditor General, time and time again, has already told Parliament exactly where the system is breaking down. Late funding, inconsistent interpretation of agreements, poor coordination across departments, unclear accountability, and almost no consequences when obligations are ignored. There have been multiple audits over the years by the Auditor General into treaty-related obligations, and still, delays, still, missed commitments, still, Indigenous governments forced back to the table to fight for what was already agreed to. So now, the government proposes a new commissioner, someone who will monitor, assess, and report. But, Madam Speaker, reports aren't roofs. They don't build homes, or bring clean water, or deliver policing. And reports don't create economic opportunity. This new office has no power to compel compliance or enforce obligations. It's got no direct accountability to Parliament. It can't direct departments. It can't impose consequences. And it can't resolve disputes. It's just more smoke and mirrors, because oversight without enforcement is a system built to observe failure, not to fix it. So, Madam Speaker, Indigenous leaders themselves have shown us what real partnership looks like. Chief Clarence Louie of the Osoyoos Indian Band captured it well when he said, "We are business people. Our goals are to build a strong future and to pursue the good life." That is the spirit we should be supporting. Indigenous communities building their own future through hard work, collaboration, and opportunity. A government that keeps its word and delivers on modern treaties doesn't create dependency, it creates the space for that success to flourish. Good things happen when everyone does their part, when Indigenous governments lead, when local businesses invest, and when Ottawa actually follows through on the commitment it has already signed. We know these agreements can be negotiated and implemented when government is focused, disciplined, and accountable. Modern treaties and self-government agreements are possible. They're not easy files. They require that discipline, focus, trust, and constant conversation with Indigenous partners. But they can be delivered. Let me remind the House of what success looks like. Tsawwassen Final Agreement, located just an hour from my riding, happened under Prime Minister Harper. Madam Speaker, the Tsawwassen's Final Agreement is one of the most significant modern treaties in our country's recent history. Not because it made headlines, but because it made progress. It came into effect in 2009, giving the Tsawwassen First Nation clear authority over their land, their resources, and their economic future. It replaced uncertainty with clarity and decades of stalled negotiations with a real enforceable partnership. But what stands out about Tsawwassen is not just the treaty itself, but what the community built with it. They used their rights the way any government should, with discipline, with vision, and a plan for the next generation. You can see it in the development around the Tsawwassen Mills and Tsawwassen Commons. You can see it in the jobs created, the businesses launched, and the sense of momentum that didn't depend on speeches and symbolism, but on hard work and steady leadership. And here's the real lesson, Mr. Speaker. When a treaty is clear, when the federal government does its part, when the rules are respected by everyone at the table, Indigenous communities don't just participate in the economy, they help drive it. The Tsawwassen Treaty didn't succeed because Ottawa created a new office. It succeeded because the agreement was honored and because the Tsawwassen people turned opportunity into outcomes. We love to take the grandkids out to the Tsawwassen Mills Mall, to wander around Cabela's, checking out the displays. And when they first opened, we threw a few gutter balls in the bowling alley at Uncle Buck's Fish Bowl and Grill, and the kids loved it. Madam Speaker, it's a living example that when we keep our word, when we show up, follow through, and respect the commitments we've already made, good things happen. Stronger communities, stronger partnership, and a stronger Canada. More agreements like this won't come from a new office, a new commissioner, or a new layer of bureaucracy. It comes from a government that respects the negotiating table, honors deadlines, and holds themselves accountable for results. It comes from ministers who show up, officials who execute their mandate, and Indigenous partners who share the future of their communities. Madam Speaker, Conservatives believe in accountability. We believe in honoring the Crown. We believe in a strong nation-to-nation relationship grounded in trust. So yes, oversight matters, but real oversight comes from Parliament, from the Auditor General, from the treaty governance bodies, and from the courts, not from yet another monitoring office. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives believe that there's a better path forward, one rooted in accountability, partnership, and respect. We would strengthen responsibility inside the ministries that already exist, setting clear expectations, enforcing performance milestones, and requiring regular reporting to Parliament with real consequences when obligations are missed. We'd use the tools already written into modern treaties, the dispute resolution clauses, the courts, and the work of the Auditor General. Instead of creating more layers of bureaucracy, we would put responsibility back on ministers and departments where it belongs. If a commitment is delayed, Canadians deserve answers from the people who signed the agreement, not from another office with no power to enforce it. And we would honor the sovereignty and self-determination of Indigenous partners by making accountability something we build together, not something imposed by Ottawa. Above all, Conservatives are focused on results because homes, infrastructure, and opportunity are delivered by governments that do their jobs, not by more commissioners and more reports. Indigenous governments have been clear. They want accountability, yes, but more than that, they want progress. They want the federal government to deliver what it already agreed to. They want implementation that is timely, consistent, and respectful. Bill C-10 gives us new reports, but not new results. Canadians, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, expect more than that. Mr. Speaker, reconciliation is not a new title or a new commissioner or a new office on Wellington Street. Reconciliation is when a treaty is honored, when communities see a real change, and when federal government does what it already promised to do. So let's choose the path of integrity and a future where treaties are not words on paper, but living commitments, upheld with discipline and delivered with honor, measured in real progress on the ground. We don't need more bureaucracy. We need a government that does its job.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. We have Bill C-10 before us because of the strong leadership from Indigenous people and the grassroots from Indigenous community members, along with a cooperative government seeking through reconciliation to bring forward positive legislation. That's the driving force before what we're actually voting on, and the Conservatives continue to want to filibuster to prevent this legislation from passing. My question is why? And while she's addressing that particular question, maybe she can address the issue of how it is that you can reconcile the Conservative Party, in particular the leader of the Conservative Party's approach in dealing with the pipeline going through BC, feeling that there's absolutely zero obligation to Indigenous people or the province of BC.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Madam Speaker, let's be honest. This question distracts us from the core problem. This government's answer to every failure is to stack another layer of paperwork on top of the last one. Bill C-10 is just another monitoring office that can't enforce a thing. More paper, same problems. The budget is full of new departments that won't solve a thing. It's time to get serious and ensure that departments which already exist actually follow through on their responsibilities.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Parkland.
Madam Speaker, and once again we listened to the Liberal Parliamentary Secretary talk about how Conservatives aren't honouring reconciliation in our treaties. Meanwhile, this Liberal government is attacking Indigenous children with autism, fetal alcohol syndrome, and other vulnerabilities. They've cut funding for Indigenous education that was mandated by the Supreme Court of Canada and the treaties. I wonder if my honourable colleague can talk about the hypocrisy from these Liberals on Indigenous funding. Thank you.
Very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Madam Speaker, we Conservatives oppose the approach that the government is taking. A new bureaucracy doesn't hold anyone to account. It shields ministers from responsibility. Instead of fixing delays, the government creates another office to talk about the delays. That's not progress, and it adds a whole lot more cost.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It was my absolute honor to participate in the Tree of Hope ceremony organized by the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition. This is an important event to raise awareness about the ongoing crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people. It was a procession beginning at the Ottawa Police Station, leading to Ottawa City Hall, and finishing right here at Parliament Hill. Along the way, lighting red lights in trees as a reminder of the lives lost and as a call to action to support and protect Indigenous women, girls, the 2S LGBTQI+ community members. Speaker, thank you to the elders and the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition for hosting this important event and for their continued leadership to advocate on behalf of the urban Indigenous community in our city. Miigwech.
The Honourable Member for Vernon, Lake Country, Monashee.
Madam Speaker, nestled deep in the mountains of my riding lies the historic town of Sandon, British Columbia. Once a thriving silver mining hub and the first community in our province where every citizen had access to electricity. At its heart stands the Silversmith Power and Light Plant, commissioned in 1897 and still humming along today using equipment made when horses were still our primary mode of transportation. Now in its 128th year of continuous operation, it remains Canada's oldest hydroelectric facility, producing clean, renewable energy that can power almost 500 homes. For decades, Hal Wright and his family have dedicated their lives to preserving this extraordinary piece of Canadian history. Through their stewardship, Sandon remains not just a ghost town, but a living symbol of resilience, motivation, and heritage. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. In the last election, the Prime Minister talked a great deal about expanding trade opportunities. And to that extent, Madam Speaker, we have seen a Prime Minister and a government traveling the world to ensure that we are able to expand our export markets, Madam Speaker. This is so critically important for all of Canada. For me personally, I'm looking at some of the things that have been coming out of that, such as a commitment in terms of working with the Philippines to try to get a trade agreement in 2026, to working with India to try to get a trade agreement in 2026. Madam Speaker, this is interesting times that we are in, and there's so many things, so many opportunities through trade. Canada is a trading nation. We have 2% or less 0.5% of the world population, yet, Madam Speaker, we contribute to 2.5% of world trade. This is a Prime Minister that understands the importance of trade, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Christmas cheer is all around us, especially in our community of Abbotsford South Langley. I hope families will come out and enjoy the Aldergrove Christmas Parade. I will be thrilled to see you there as I hand out candy canes. Throughout this month, our office will be collecting non-perishable food items for our local food bank. Times are hard, and if you're able to give back in any capacity, it truly helps. I want to take this moment to thank our volunteers, our first responders, parade organizers, local charities, and organizations who make this season so special for us all. To my friends back home in Abbotsford South Langley, I wish you the merriest Christmas and the happiest New Year as Christians celebrate this holy season of the birth of Jesus Christ. Thank you so much.
The honourable member for Mississauga Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Since 1978, every year on the 29th of November, we commemorate the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people. But this solidarity did not begin in 1978. For over 75 years, millions of Canadians and hundreds of millions around the world have stood in recognition of a reality defined by displacement, loss, and enduring hardship. It is also a day that reminds us of the extraordinary resilience of a people who've endured far more than any ever should.
The perseverance of the Palestinian people over decades of hardship is a reminder to the entire world of the strength of hope and human dignity.
Our role on the international stage carries a collective responsibility we owe to all who face injustice, one that demands not only our sympathy but our humanity in action. I rise proudly on behalf of many in my community and across this country to send a message to the people of Palestine. You have not been forgotten, and you are not alone. We stand with you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Members of Parliament, above all else, are servants of the Canadian people. Whether we are working in the chamber or in the committee rooms, we must carry that hallowed responsibility wherever we go. Constituents are counting on us to carry out the work they sent us here to do. Right now, members of the Transport Committee are being denied that opportunity to work and serve. Liberal MPs are obstructing our work because they don't want to hear the testimony of victims in our study of unsafe truck driving practices. Voting against our motion to hear from victims is the Liberals' democratic right. However, cancelling meetings to avoid a vote? It isn't just wrong, it's undemocratic. Enough is enough. Liberal members of the Transport Committee need to fulfill their democratic responsibility, let victims be heard, and let parliamentarians get back to work.
The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Madam Speaker, aging is difficult for most people, but for those who've experienced addictions and mental health challenges, including hospitalizations and periods of homelessness throughout their lives, it is even more challenging. Recently, I toured the soon-to-be-opened Ottawa Salis 54-unit affordable housing complex in my riding of Ottawa West Nepean. This federally funded project will provide low-barrier supportive housing to older adults with complex social and health issues. This unique purpose-built apartment and townhouse project near the City View Curling Club has a variety of bright social and recreation spaces, clinics, and other services. It is very impressive, and it will allow residents to age in place in dignity and safety. This is just one tangible example in my riding that our housing strategy is working and will change lives for the better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Families across my riding on Vancouver Island are struggling to house and feed themselves as the cost of living continues to rise. The Duncan Food Bank and Kitchen and the Goldstream Food Bank in Langford are beyond capacity and struggling to keep up with demand. This is heartbreaking. And we have a new Veterans Food Bank in Langford scheduled to open mid-December, yet it is already being overwhelmed with requests for assistance from veterans and even serving members of the military. This is heartbreaking. I've risen in this House multiple times to fight for vital industries like fisheries and forestry that are in dire situations, facing shutdowns that will kill jobs and force even more people to food banks. These are all signs of a failing economy driven by this government's handouts and subsidies fueled by endless borrowed and printed money that only serves to drive up further the cost of food. We must act now to help Canadians who are struggling. We must scrap the industrial carbon tax that drives up the cost of fertilizer and farm equipment and ultimately the cost of food. We do not need deficit-funded handouts. Canadians deserve more.
The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawawa Chikamach Nitasanen. Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois listens to workers, including seasonal industry workers who do not feel understood or represented in the most recent Liberal budget. There's nothing for employment insurance, even though workers' rights groups, unions, and the Bloc Québécois have been demanding a wholesale reform. There is no renewal of the temporary raised regional unemployment threshold, even though this would provide a much-needed respite to workers. With the holidays approaching, the Liberal government is coming forward with empty hands at a time when seasonal industry workers will be facing empty wallets. While Liberals are ignoring workers, the black hole that is employment insurance will not spare them. To these workers, an essential part of our regional economy and the vitality of our forestry, tourism, and fishing industries, and more besides, the Bloc Québécois will table another bill proposing a reform of the EI system.
Whitby.
Madam Speaker, Whitby is not just talking about sustainability, we're actually demonstrating action. At last week's Durham Greener Building Awards, which recognizes success in achieving climate targets, with 2 awards, our community walked out with some serious hardware. First up, Whitby's Centennial Building earned the Best Emission and Energy Performance Award for the Performing Arts. It proves we can honor our heritage while still hitting new heights in energy performance. Second, the Whitby Sports Complex also stepped up. It received the Leadership and Sustainability Impact Award, showing how a local recreational hub can and will lead the charge on environmental responsibility. Our government backed that vision with a $25 million investment through the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Fund. That is paying off. Together, these wins say something very meaningful. Whitby is building a future that actually lives up to the hype. Smart, sustainable, and vibrant for generations to come.
The Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Earlier this week, I said it's always a good day for Brookfield. Well, yesterday was another great day for Brookfield as the province of Alberta is pushed into a $16.5 billion deal on carbon capture. And one of the companies looking forward to for infall is going to be, of course, Brookfield. And let's not forget, last week this Prime Minister gave a $500 million contract to the European Space Agency, who is housed on property 50% owned by Brookfield. And also, let's also not forget that 3 days after this Prime Minister had a meeting with President Trump, the President personally signed an agreement for $80 billion with Brookfield for nuclear energy. And just this week, the CEO of Brookfield testified at committee saying, when Brookfield does well, the Prime Minister does well because of how many shares he has in Brookfield. So the question that Canadians want an answer to is, with 2.2 million Canadians going to a food bank every single month, why is the focus of this Prime Minister to enrich Brookfield and himself?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
As a kid at
Christmas, all I wanted to unwrap was the latest Little House on the Prairie or Nancy Drew book. And as I hit my teens, it was all Margaret Atwood. Her books informed my feminism, inspired my sense of humor, instilled in me a lifelong love of dystopian fantasy fiction. Earlier this week, at the start of 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence, I saw her on stage in Hamilton in front of 1,500 rabid fans, and I was reminded just how powerful a woman's voice can be. This event was for Interval House of Hamilton, which supports women fleeing violence and trains men and boys to avoid hyper-masculine misogyny. I've read them all, but my favorite Margaret Atwood is the Mad Adam trilogy, where we read, "We must be a beacon of hope, because if you tell people there's nothing they can do, they will do worse than nothing." Beacons of hope, like Margaret Atwood and the Interval House, remind us we can all do something about gender-based violence.
Wow.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, Canadians pay their taxes and expect fairness, but surprise, surprise, the Prime Minister's budget did nothing to inconvenience powerful corporations like Brookfield from enjoying Canada's two-tier tax system. Canadians cannot ignore that not long before taking office, the Prime Minister served as chair for Brookfield, a senior position of a company now known for pushing tax avoidance to the max. During an Ethics Committee meeting, we heard that Brookfield is the most aggressive tax avoider in the country, shifting profits into offshore havens and dodging $6.5 billion in Canadian taxes. And while this government protects these loopholes, it saddles Canadians with the biggest budget in our history. Workers pay for it twice, once through higher taxes and again through the hidden inflation tax that follows the massive deficits and drives up the cost of everything. Families in London deserve that better than a system rigged for insiders. Conservatives will fight for fairness.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Barossa. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I am extremely proud to mark the exceptional achievement of a youth robotics team from our riding of Barossa. They received the gold medal in the first global challenge, becoming robotics champions of the world, to Araf Alam Chaudhuri, Ashley Carolina Vasquez Cabrera, Donovan Manlius, Iad Zabi, Justine Dubuc, Ken Lee Sui, Manuela Christie Nzali Wakem, Raul Andre Vargas Ramirez, Sarah Kaidi, and Taha Buhu. These youth brought home the gold in the first global Panama Robotics Championship. These youth are writing the story of the future of Barossa, Quebec, and Canada, a future of robotics. Thank you, and they're here in Ottawa right now.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
This Liberal Prime Minister called himself the master negotiator, bragging that he alone can land a deal with President Trump on July 21st. He puffed out his chest, promised elbows up, and told Canadians he was ready to fight. But now that he has failed, he shrugs, saying, who cares? And that he doesn't have a burning issue to discuss with the president. In months, he went from lacing up his gloves to throwing up his hands. He hasn't negotiated. He has surrendered. And while he wanders the world of photo ops, our workers are getting knocked to the mat. Well, Conservatives care, and so do the 40,000 manufacturing workers in Ontario whose jobs have vanished since April. Not because of global forces, but because this Prime Minister fumbled the negotiations and left Canada without a deal, without a plan, and without a lifeline. Those workers don't have the luxury of saying who cares, because their mortgages care, their grocery bills care, and their futures care. So will the Prime Minister look those 40,000 workers in their eyes and tell them he actually cares about their jobs, their paychecks, and their livelihoods? Or will he just keep throwing up his hands, walking away from the table, and saying, who cares?
The honourable member for Cape Breton, Canso and Tigonish.
Madam Speaker, it's not for me to rock the boat, but what's the deal with last week's vote? We won the thing, so I won't gloat, but Robert Fife, I'd like to quote. He spoke about some sneaky deeds where two were hiding in the weeds, which served the Tories' voting needs. Embarrassing, the headline reads. Their outline makes it all but certain the two were hiding behind the curtain. With a snap election, they were flirting. Credibility shot, their polling hurting. They tried to blame it on the app, but fact and fiction showed a gap. The answers shared were all over the map. It sounds to me like a pile of inconsistencies. So what is it? I'll try to say, next time try to make your way into the House and make our day by voting for the BIA.
Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député de Mégantic.
The honourable member for Mégantic, l'Érable, Lotbinière. More and more Canadians are wondering how they're going to manage to make ends meet, but not the Prime Minister. He gets a little richer every day, since he's able to make decisions to benefit his company, Brookfield, for example. After meeting with the American president, he came back with nothing for Canadians, but a lot for his company, which managed to sign an $80 billion nuclear energy agreement. We are told that he manages cabinet like a private company. Well, indeed, why do the profits end up going into his pockets while Canadians always end up paying the bill? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, this morning, Canadians are very pleased with the results of our incredibly powerful economy. The best in the G7. 2.6% growth over the last quarter. Madam Speaker, what does that mean? It means opportunities for our youth. It reflects our defense investment, our economic investments. It's the result of our hard work with the provinces to meet the economic ambitions of all of Canada. The Honourable Member for Mégantic, l'Érable, Lotbinière. Before becoming Prime Minister, the chair of Brookfield moved their headquarters to New York. Before he became Prime Minister, the chair of Brookfield created 3 investment funds, one of them over a bike repair shop. All of this to avoid paying taxes in Canada. That's called tax evasion. And the former chair of Brookfield, now that he's Prime Minister, is raking in the profits by taking government decisions that favor his own company. Why does he continue to act like the chair of Brookfield, placing his interests ahead of those of Canadians who are picking up the bill? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, I sympathize with the official opposition because they don't have any idea what to do in this situation. Every day, practically, the other side of the House is left having to deal with the fact that we're having amazing economic growth, that we're getting results. For example, this morning we heard 2.6% growth over the last quarter. That means jobs. That means rural economic development. The results are in, Madam Speaker. We are building Canada strong.
Barrie South Minister.
Prime Minister's trust may be blind, but the math is not. This week, we found out from Brookfield's chief operating officer that the Prime Minister stands to make millions in carried interest payments from his company's success related to climate and infrastructure schemes that he set up. Many, if not all, of the public financial instruments, funds, and policies the Prime Minister started pushing when he was pulling Trudeau's strings as his economic advisor in 2020 aligned with Brookfield's strategy and success. How is it ethical when the Prime Minister is using the power of his office to benefit him and his company?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I met with the operating engineers all across the country who came to talk to me about the investments we're making in building Canada strong. And Madam Speaker, they're so excited about the work for their members. And as the proud mother of an operating engineer, I couldn't be more thrilled as well. These are great jobs for young people, for tradespeople all across the country. This is how you build a country strong, Madam Speaker. You invest in the workers of today and tomorrow.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Minister.
Brookfield COO also confirmed that the umbilical cord between the Prime Minister and his company will stay attached until 2034 because the fund the Prime Minister set up will mature then. That means if it does well, he does really well. But here's the problem. He knows full well what's in his blind trust and is using the power of his office to promote policies that benefit his company and him. AI, modular housing, carbon capture, nuclear, and the transition model of public risk for private return he set up while advising Trudeau will make him millions. How is this ethical, if not illegal?
The Honourable Minister.
Canada's GDP growth last quarter was 2.6%, blowing out the economist's projections, Mr. Speaker. That's what growing Canada strong looks like. It's an investment in the potential of the country, but it's an investment in right now. We have the highest rate of women ever in the workforce, Mr. Speaker. You know why? Because we have an affordable child care agreement. And yesterday, Saskatchewan signed an extension, 5 years, $1.5 billion, to make sure we can not only get women in the workforce, but keep them there. And one more thing, Madam Speaker, $10 $10 a day has been achieved in Saskatchewan. That's real action. That's partnership with provinces and cities.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has vast conflicts of interest with Brookfield. That's why the Ethics Commissioner specifically told him not to meet with Brookfield. Despite this, the Prime Minister secretly met with the Chief Operating Officer of Brookfield in October. So a simple question, why did the Prime Minister violate the clear direction of the Ethics Commissioner?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, the member's resort to personal attacks and dealing in conspiracy theories speaks to a larger issue. A member from the province of Alberta today unable to celebrate the agreement that we have achieved that his own premier is celebrating in public about the opportunity to protect the environment and create good jobs. If he won't stand up for Alberta, I, as somebody from the East Coast who spent 5 years there, absolutely will. The GDP numbers that we've seen come in the past quarter, seeing it go up 2.6%, means good jobs for people and food on the tables for families. We're here to create jobs. It's a shame the Conservatives are opposed.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Conspiracy theory, the Ethics Commissioner told the Prime Minister not to meet with Brookfield, and then he did so. Now, this is a Prime Minister that was the chair of Brookfield and who stands to make tens of millions of dollars from in future bonus pay and from stock options. And not only did the Prime Minister clearly violate the direction of the Ethics Commissioner, he attempted to cover it up by not disclosing the meeting. Is this the Prime Minister's idea of ethics?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, I think my colleague has left his tinfoil hat in the men's room before he attended question period here today. He's here talking about things that do not matter to the people at home as much as things like doctors, jobs, lower taxes. Frankly, Madam Speaker, it is a shame that members of this House of Commons are simply not focused on the priorities of Canadians. The GDP has increased 2.6% in the past quarter. The last jobs report showed 67,000 new jobs. Every month since the Prime Minister has held that office, wages have increased faster than inflation. Madam Speaker, we're going to stand up to build an economy that can stand on its own 2 feet, advance major projects, create jobs for people at home. I wish they'd support it.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, La Madeleine-Listigouche. Madam Speaker, this is no time to celebrate. Yesterday's agreement with Alberta is climate betrayal. Instead of announcing one more dirty oil pipeline, the Liberals are saying there might be several, in addition to expanding Trans Mountain, which would mean at least 1.4 million additional barrels of oil per day. The Liberals are also openly threatening BC. They are saying they might force through their oil fantasies, which is one of the worst documented cases of predatory federalism. This is an incredibly aggressive policy, both on climate and in terms of provincial jurisdiction. How can these MPs continue to justify this? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, Madam Speaker, do you want to talk about provincial jurisdiction? Let's speak about Quebec's ambitions on development, mines, critical minerals, renewable energy, clean energy. Our approach, Madam Speaker, is giving results. 2.6% of GDP growth over the last quarter. What does that mean? That means that in my esteemed colleagues' riding, mothers and fathers will be able to have hopes for their children and good jobs throughout all Quebec's regions. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, La Madeleine-Listigouche. Madam Speaker, these Liberals' oil folly is climate betrayal, and betrayal towards voters who thought that voting Liberal would be greener than voting Conservative. It's a betrayal towards Liberal members who ran on green values. It's a betrayal towards victims of the increasingly frequent natural disasters. These victims were hoping that elected officials would be held accountable. So the real question isn't why the member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie left cabinet. The real question is, how do the other Liberals manage to justify staying in this government? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, we stand strong on this side of the House. Why? Because, unlike the Bloc Québécois, we will stand up to our election promises. We promise to build Canada strong. We promise to respect provincial jurisdiction and to cooperate with provinces. And yes, Madam Speaker, we promise to reassure all of the mothers and fathers in Canada who are hoping that their children will have an economic future that is as prosperous as ours. That is what we're doing. We're meeting our commitments, and I would invite the Bloc Québécois to do the same. The Honourable Member for Côte-Nord, Kawa-Chikamat-Nitassinan. Madam Speaker, Quebecers know very well what it's like when Canada decides to completely ignore a province's needs. And today, it is BC that is suffering its own Night of the Long Knives. The Liberals in Alberta decided to sign an agreement without BC to force it to accept a pipeline, claiming that it's for national interest reasons. Quebecers should start worrying because the federal government has wanted to add a pipeline along the St. Lawrence for over 10 years. If this is what the Liberals are doing today, are they planning to do the same thing to Quebec? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, this morning I got good economic news. 2.6% GDP growth. And you know what BC is not saying? Oh, we need the Bloc Québécois to defend us. We will work closely with BC. We will do so because we have a duty to consult and respect BC First Nations. That is what we're going to do. We are going to do all of that, Madam Speaker, and we don't need the help of the Bloc Québécois, which only wants to split the country.
The Prime Minister's priorities are clear. He has gone from elbows up to putting his hands in the air and saying, who cares when it comes to negotiating for Canada. However, he's still working hard for the interests of Brookfield. Right. We learned in the recent budget that the Liberals are giving $500 million to the European Space Agency. Unreal. Guess who owns 50% of the UK campus where those funds are going? You guessed it right, Brookfield. Why does this Prime Minister continue to put his financial interests above the interests of Canadians?
Brookfield strong.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me remind the member that we are doing very, very well. We woke up to tremendous news this morning, and he can rest assured that our government is entirely focused on building on our economy and on supporting industries and workers that require our help. We were elected to build Canada, and that's exactly what we're doing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Northumberland Clark.
We continue to hear these old, tired lines from the so-called new government. They tell us again and again, Canadians have never had it so good. Here's the reality. Food bank usage is at record rates, over 2 million per month. Meanwhile, Brookfield stock has gone up by over 20% since the Prime Minister got elected. Maybe that's just a coincidence. Why do Canadians have to continue to suffer while Liberal elites get wealthier and wealthier?
Brookfield strong.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, let me remind the member who comes from the same province that I do that we're actually helping invest in Darlington New Nuclear Project in Bowmanville. It's a project that is going to build 4 new small nuclear reactors, the first of its kind in the G7. It's going to provide clean, reliable electricity to power 1.2 million homes. It's going to reduce our carbon emissions, and it's going to create 18,000 good-paying, quality jobs for the people of Ontario. Madam Speaker, why don't the members opposite get on board and support a plan that is actually growing our economy 2.6% this year?
Honourable Member for York Durham.
To get elected, the Prime Minister promised to negotiate a win. But now that the election is over, he says, who cares? Canadians were promised a Churchill, but what we got was Chamberlain. He appeased the U.S. president by dropping the digital services tax. He appeased the U.S. president by withdrawing our softwood lumber challenge. But appeasement didn't get us any trade peace. We thought we got nothing, but in fact, he just got nothing for Canadians. Brookfield got an $80 billion nuclear deal. Is that coincidence or cause and effect? Why does it appear that this Prime Minister continues to put his private interests ahead of those of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it is really challenging to take the Conservatives at their word when they're trying to purport to care about Canadians. I mean, they vote against everything, even with the word care in it. Right. Dental care, child care, pharmacare, even health care infrastructure to build hospitals in my community in Durham region where that member is from. They won't even support that. You want to show that you care, step up to support major projects in this country that will create, like the new nuclear project at Darlington, creating 21,700 jobs in our region, and that member voted against it.
Shame on it. Member for York Durham. Order!
Canadians and Conservatives care about the integrity of the highest office in the land, the Prime Minister. The conflict of interest rules are clear for members of the House. They are to arrange their private affairs in a manner to avoid real or apparent conflicts of interest. An $80 billion nuclear deal for Brookfield, $500 million to the European Space Agency to benefit Brookfield, undisclosed meetings with Brookfield executives. These raise serious issues of conflict of interest. Why does it appear that the Prime Minister continues to put his private interests ahead of those of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This member would rather question the loyalty of our Prime Minister, who is securing deals all around the world to drive investment into Canada, to protect jobs, who's stepping up with packages of support for tariff-impacted industries. This member won't even stand up to support a hospital in Durham Region with the healthcare infrastructure funding that we put in the federal budget. He won't stand up to support a major project that will provide 1.2 million homes in our region with clean energy and 21,700 jobs. How can he say he cares about anybody but himself?
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. It's Black Friday, but no deals for Canadians. This week we learned that the Liberals gave $500 million to the European Space Agency, which is 10 times more than the former agreement under Justin Trudeau. And who holds 50% of that campus? Brookfield does. Once again, the Prime Minister is placing his own interests above those of Canadians. Or in fact, he's harming Canadians. He's harming investment here in the country. And he's harming jobs in Quebec and Canada. Why can't this Prime Minister place Canadians above his own interests? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's pretty simple, Madam Speaker. Everything we're doing is to help Canadians. The Conservatives are trying to pretend they care about ethics to distract people from the real work we're doing. In the budget, there is a series of measures that will help our economy and workers. Ports, roads, work with Hydro-Quebec to increase their production, mines, jobs. That's what it means to build Canada strong. Let's stop trying to distract people and let's work on what really matters. The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, the devil is in the details. Yesterday, the Liberal government made a number of announcements in Alberta, and the Prime Minister once again found a way to benefit himself. He announced a carbon capture program. But who holds the technology for that type of mega project? Brookfield does. When Brookfield makes money, so does the Prime Minister. Why is it that every time there's an announcement, it seems that the Liberal government is going to look at the list of Brookfield's projects to pick and choose its own projects? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, Madam Speaker, what I would tell my colleague is that we are working closely with all provinces and sectors. This government was elected to build a strong economy, a sustainable economy, and a future for our children. And the proof that our approach is working is that today our productivity is going up. That's great news, Madam Speaker. Our policies are working, and I would ask our colleagues to join us and vote in favor of these measures.
For Richmond Hill South.
Every time this Prime Minister talks trade, it seems to be closing deals for his old firm Brookfield, while Canadian workers and taxpayers are left out in the sidelines. He went to Washington, and Brookfield walked away with an $80 billion nuclear deal. He went to London, and Brookfield got over $500 million for the European Space Agency. He hosted Swedish royalty, and Brookfield announced an AI deal with Sweden. Now he's forcing Alberta to pour billions of taxpayer dollars into carbon capture just to get a pipeline, exactly where Brookfield holds major stakes. So when this Prime Minister said he will build at a scale and speed not seen in generations, did he really mean just for Brookfield and not for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it appears that my honourable colleague has not really been cognizant of what the Prime Minister's been doing. $70 billion, Madam Speaker, and a financial commitment of investment from the UAE. We can also list the Philippines, Indonesia, Germany, Thailand, the Philippines, India. These are the trade deals that we're embarking upon, Madam Speaker. On the other side of the House, what are they focused on? Issues that Canadians are not going
to benefit from. We are here for Canadians building Canada strong.
Honorable député de Beauharnois.
The honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Madam Speaker, we are shocked by what we've heard from the new Minister of Natural Resources. Yesterday, while he was commenting on the departure of the Minister of the Environment, he said that those who care about what the Liberals are doing on oil are simply nostalgic for the past and looking for silver bullets. Apparently, caring about the environment means you're just nostalgic. It's very concerning knowing that this is someone who is close to the Prime Minister. They've been close ever since they were both young bankers at Goldman Sachs. So is it true that for the Liberals, fighting climate change is just a matter of nostalgia? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources was referring to the fact that the current economic situation has just changed. I think that all Quebecers understand very well that we are in a new era. Our trade relationship with the U.S. and the entire world has changed. So that means that we have to secure our economy. We have to work with the provinces. We have to meet our economic objectives. We have to launch big renewable energy projects, critical mineral projects in Quebec. We said we would build the country, and that's what we're doing. The honourable member for Beauharnois, Salaberry, Soulanges, Huntington. Madam Speaker, what I'm hearing is shocking. The same minister also said that any Liberal colleagues who are concerned about this are just naive Boy Scouts, according to the Toronto Star. So apparently in Canada nowadays, you can be the Minister of Natural Resources and think that being worried about the proliferation of dirty oil pipelines is just a matter of magical thinking, nostalgia, naivete, being a Boy Scout. I don't even think the leader of the Conservatives is that much of a climate skeptic. How can it be that Quebec Liberals continue to support what we're hearing from a minister like that? The Honourable Secretary of State. Madam Speaker, we had a province that was having difficulty joining with us on fighting climate change and climate and emissions. And now today, that same province has now agreed to an increase in the carbon price and has also agreed to reduce its emissions, methane emissions, by 75%. 75% decrease in methane emissions. And in order for the project to occur, we need an agreement with BC. We need an agreement with First Nations. And we need a backer. The honourable member for Beauce. Madam Speaker, the U.S. has brought in devastating tariffs, 45% on Canadian softwood lumber. And recently the Prime Minister was asked if he had spoken to Donald Trump about trade, and he said, who cares? Well, I can tell you that in Beauce, people do care. 8,000 jobs depend on softwood lumber in Chaudière-Appalaches. Those people definitely care. Madam Speaker, will the Prime Minister rise today, look those 8,000 workers in the eye, and repeat, who cares? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In rural areas, we need our forestry workers. We need our Canadian softwood lumber. We are all proud of that sector in Canada. In my own riding, I have proud forestry sector businesses. This week, we announced significant measures to support that sector. We know that these times are very difficult. And when that happens, we support each other, which is what we are doing to support the forestry sector. We will settle these problems with the U.S. Meanwhile, we will help the sector. The honourable member for Beauce. Unlike the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, we care about the softwood lumber sector. What the sector needs is not a loan program. That won't replace the $780 million of salaries that are currently being received in the region. The Prime Minister promised he'd reach a deal with the Americans, but instead things are getting worse. Companies don't need loans. They want a trade agreement with the Americans. That's the key market for their sector. So will the Prime Minister stop saying, who cares? Will he sign a softwood lumber deal with the Americans? Yes or no? The Honourable Government House Leader. Madam Speaker, I will not listen to the Conservatives on the matter of softwood lumber. We are in a trade war, Madam Speaker. And when it comes to softwood lumber, that trade war has been going on for decades. We are here to help people unlike the Conservatives, we are supporting workers. We are supporting our businesses. We are modernizing and diversifying our products. And we are ensuring that Canadian softwood lumber is used in our major housing projects in Canada. That's what we're doing.
Prince George.
In 2006, our Conservative government negotiated an end to the longest softwood lumber war. We negotiated a 10-year agreement with a 1-year grace period, which this government squandered. These Liberals have failed to do this in 10 years. 10 years! Thousands of jobs. Over 30 mills closed in the province of British Columbia. The Prime Minister ran an entire election on a false premise that he was a man with a plan, that he could get the job done. Now he says, who cares? As our lumber industry is crippled and communities are decimated.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we are in a trade war. We are in a very difficult situation, and in that situation, this government is standing with those affected workers. We are moving heaven and earth to help them. We just announced another $500 million of supports 2 days ago. The member is fully aware of this, and we are open to more ideas for more supports. Now, we had a take-note debate the other night. I asked the Conservative members for their ideas. Do you want to know how many ideas I got from them? Zero. How about we get some ideas on the table? We are happy to support. We are happy to work with you to support. Let's get some ideas on the table.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
You want a flipping idea what to do? Get a flipping deal done. 10 years. 10 years. 10 years. Madam Speaker, another week, another mill closure in my riding. That's 100 direct and indirect jobs lost. That's hundreds of thousands of taxes for our municipalities. That's $1 million of taxes from our community of 100 Mile. Do you want to know who matters, Madam Speaker? It's the families that lost their jobs. That's who matters. Get their job done. Get agreement. Will the Prime Minister come to our region, tell them, look them in the eyes and tell them that they don't matter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, helpful ideas like just get a deal done are not going to get the deal done. We need ideas. We need support for workers, the workers you and I both care about. How about we work together to help this industry instead of these histrionics in the House? How about that?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Clapping for
Mr.
failure.
Speaker, the Prime Minister was asked whether he had spoken to Trump about trade, and guess what he did? He brushed off the question saying, who cares? He may not think it's a serious matter, but Conservatives do, and so do auto workers in Oshawa and across Ontario and Quebec who are seeing their jobs disappear. Thousands of auto jobs are leaving Canada, and workers justifiably feel their jobs don't matter because this Prime Minister said so. So if the Prime Minister won't fight for Canadian auto workers, then who is he fighting for? Brookfield?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would like to ask this member what she cares about. Does she care about health care, access to critical care and health care in our region? Because she voted against Budget 2025, including the Healthcare Infrastructure Fund, which will fund hospitals and healthcare facilities all across Canada, including in Durham region. Does she care about 21,700 jobs at the new nuclear project in Darlington? Because she voted against that as well, Madam Speaker. It's clear that she doesn't care about our region.
The Honourable Député de Terre.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Madam Speaker, NATO has long been a cornerstone of international rules-based order that has delivered peace and stability since the Second World War. Next week, our allies and partners will meet in Brussels to address the conflicts and challenges facing our alliance. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs inform this House how she plans to represent Canada and work with our allies to advance our interests ahead of this important meeting?
Bonne question.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for this question. And next week, I will be at NATO to discuss very important issues with our allies, for example, Ukraine, the Arctic, and our collective defense. With an investment of $80 billion in the 2025 budget, we are here for the Canadian Armed Forces and our defense sector. Canada will always do its part for the collective defense of our country and the protection of our country.
Parkland.
Madam Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister promised Canadians a pipeline. Maybe, someday. He's not sure. Meanwhile, the Environment Minister can't even say the word pipeline, and another minister just jumped ship. This isn't a grand bargain, it's a grand ransom. The only thing certain is that Canadians' industrial carbon taxes are going up. Canadians have sacrificed a lot, and all we've received so far are vague Liberal promises. Will the Prime Minister tell us what year we will see shovels in the ground on a new oil pipeline to the West Coast?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, we had yesterday a very comprehensive display of meeting the ambitions and meeting the moment in Western Canada, in Alberta, making sure that we have a better path to fighting climate change, a higher price on industrial carbon. Premier Smith has signed on to a radical set of new measures to make sure we have clean electricity, to make sure we build data centers, to make sure we build nuclear energy. And you know who's going to do all that? Canada's building trades people, the men and women of Canada's building trades. We're going to be building Alberta strong, building Canada strong.
The Honourable Member for Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Notice he didn't say pipeline. As part of the Great Ransom, taxpayers will be required to invest billions to pump air into the ground. Meanwhile, by pure coincidence, I'm sure, the Prime Minister's company, Brookfield, is the largest investor in carbon capture company Entropy. The Prime Minister is using taxpayers' funds to underwrite his company's investments. Brookfield's $300 million investment in Entropy is already backed by $200 million in taxpayers' funds. That's not Canada strong, that's Brookfield strong. How much does this Prime Minister stand to gain by forcing Canadians to fund his carbon capture projects?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, tinfoil is actually made of aluminum, so I'd like to thank the member for her first act supporting that sector in this House. The facts of the matter are this. Yesterday we announced an MOU with Alberta that increases economic prosperity for this country, that increases environmental sustainability and the durability of environmental action in this country, and it makes us less reliant on the United States. That's a good day for Alberta. That's a good day for Canada. I welcome the member's office to get on board.
The member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Madam Speaker, this week we saw reports that the BC Liberal caucus is seething, anxious, and angry of the Prime Minister's pipe dream to the Pacific Coast. To keep them quiet, he even gave the BC Premier a veto on the project and will increase the industrial carbon tax that will only make everything worse. When the Prime Minister said he would build at a scale and speed not seen in generations, did he mean taxes, not projects?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, yesterday was a great day for Canada because it got us onto a better course of action and more common ground and confederation between Alberta and Canada, which will also lead to a better course of action across the entire country. Part of the agreement was that we would work with British Columbia, we would work in a tripartite table, and of course we will all respect the Indigenous rights of peoples. This is great for Canada, this expands our markets, this expands our economy, and this makes environmental action more durable.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Madam Speaker, families need stronger paychecks and affordable energy. But instead building pipelines to the Pacific, the Prime Minister gives us more paper, more delays, and more vetoes. The MOU guarantees nothing except 7 months of waiting and 2 years of federal studies. When will the Prime Minister finally get out of the way, give Canadians a firm construction date for the West Coast pipeline, or will this be another Liberal broken promise?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This Prime Minister is focused on making sure that we're creating good-paying jobs for all Canadians. We are investing and building things like this, they've never been done before. We're making sure that we diversify our trade, so we're investing in our ports right in British Columbia so that we can export more to other markets like the Indo-Pacific. That is the focus of this government. That is the focus of this Prime Minister. We will not rest until we create good-paying jobs for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Similkameen, South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Ms. Speaker, Liberal MPs in BC are telling the media they are, quote, seething, anxious, and angry about a pipeline that would end Canada's economic dependence on the United States. The Liberal caucus is falling apart over this. The Prime Minister must not give his Keep It in the Ground caucus or Premier Eby a veto. Only he has the constitutional and legislative power to approve a pipeline today. Will he ignore the naysayers and approve it today, or will he offer more delay?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we're committed on this side of the House to cooperative federalism with the province of Alberta. But we remain committed and we remain respectful of Aboriginal and treaty rights, as well as the free, prior, informed consent of communities entrenched in UNDRIP. And so we're going to continue to respect these rights. It's not only the right thing to do, but it's also the law.
The Honourable Member for St. Lucan and South Okanagan, West Whitby.
Madam Speaker, let's be clear what was signed yesterday. A memorandum that will hike the industrial carbon tax, and in exchange, the Liberals will allow a pipeline proposal to be further studied for the next 2 years. There are no timelines for approval, and many Liberals are demanding that the timelines be never. This Liberal caucus is divided. Will the Prime Minister ignore them, forget the tax hikes, and just approve a pipeline today? Or is this pipeline a pipe dream?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Immigration.
Madam Speaker, the slogans continue on the other side. What is lacking is seriousness. They condemn a decision signed by the Premier of Alberta. Yesterday was a great day for Alberta and for Canada. This government was elected on a policy vision to ensure more jobs in this country, economic stewardship, and environmental stewardship at the same time. We will maintain that vision from start to finish. I invite the member to join us.
The Honourable Member for Vernon Lake Country, Monashee.
Madam Speaker, we hear that the BC Liberal caucus is, quote, seething, anxious and angry about a possible pipeline, so the Prime Minister is appeasing them by hiding behind the provincial NDP like Brookfield hides behind Caribbean tax laws. After 9 years of Liberal energy mismanagement, Canadians want a pipeline. Will the Prime Minister do his job, stop the political games, and immediately get shovels in the ground on this oil pipeline?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the far-reaching Memorandum of Understanding with Alberta includes a number of timelines. I invite the members to read it. By July 1st of next year is when a pipeline proposal will come from the province of Alberta. There are timelines, and we are seeing that not just talk about pipelines, but talks about AI data centers, nuclear energy, many ways we can grow the Canadian economy in a clean way, in a big way, in a way that doesn't rely as much on the United States of America. This is a good day for Alberta. This is a good day for Canada. I invite the members opposite to get on board.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal government isn't just divided, it's cracking. BC Liberal MPs are publicly venting, unnamed ministers are warning of serious problems, and now their Quebec lieutenant has walked out of cabinet entirely. But while the Prime Minister struggles to hold his team together, Canadians are left paying the price. We sell almost all our oil to one customer, the U.S., because we have no pipeline to the Pacific. When will the Prime Minister stop putting political damage control ahead of the national interest and give us a date when the pipeline will be built?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Madam Speaker, the Liberal caucus is only cracking open wide enough to welcome Conservatives to come join us. My honourable colleague would like a date for a pipeline to the West Coast. How about May of last year when the Trans Mountain expansion got new Canadian products to markets, which is driving up the price of Canadian resources? The Conservatives have failed to get anything built when they were last in government because they ignored the role of provinces, because they ignored the rights of Indigenous peoples in this country. By working together with different levels of government and Indigenous rights holders, we are able to advance major projects. This is not some idea. This is our...
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Madam Speaker, a pipeline to the West Coast isn't just another project. It's a nation-building decision that falls squarely under the federal government's authority. Canadians expect the Prime Minister to act, but instead, he's given the NDP Premier of BC a veto in an effort to manage the uproar in his caucus, a caucus that's now losing senior ministers over the issue. Madam Speaker, when will the Prime Minister stop passing the buck and use the federal authority that rests with him alone to ensure this pipeline gets built?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, she's talking about the constitutional authority of the Prime Minister. If she actually read the entirety of the section that she's referring to, she would notice that it also gives the constitutional authority to provincial governments to build or not build the infrastructure, the roads, the electricity, the water services that it would make possible to have a pipeline actually operate in the first place. In addition, Madam Speaker, Section 35 of that very same Constitution demands that governments respect the inherent and treaty rights of Indigenous peoples in this country, including by consulting them on advancing major projects. By working together, we can get big things done. That's a path.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Madam Speaker, Atlantic Canada is a culture of innovation, and my riding of Dartmouth Cole Harbour is home to leading ocean technology and maritime defence researchers and innovators, many of them located strategically along the shores of beautiful Dartmouth Cove. These companies and partners are driving major advances in ocean tech and strengthening Canada's national defence and security. Can the Minister highlight the work the government is doing to support these important security and defence initiatives in Dartmouth Cole Harbour?
The Honourable Minister of Defence.
Madam Speaker, I thank this member for his work and for his advocacy for Atlantic Canadian excellence. This past weekend, we announced Canada's first Maritime Defence Innovation Secure Hub, or DISH, at Cove in Dartmouth Cole Harbour. This is a brand new $30 million hub will bring together for the first time defence and security partners, industry, academia, naval operators to develop, to test, and transition new maritime technologies. Madam Speaker, from coast to coast to coast, we are investing millions in building up a resilient innovation industry right here at home.
Honourable member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Madam Speaker, millions of Canadians don't have a family doctor, and Canada's emergency rooms are overflowing. But non-citizens who've had their asylum claims rejected are eligible for all sorts of federal health benefits that Canadians aren't, like mental health support and vision care. It's unfair to offer people with no legal reason to be in Canada better federal health benefits than Canadians have access to. Why are the Liberals giving bogus asylum claimants who have no legal reason to be in Canada access to better health services than Canadians rather than simply deporting them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Immigration.
Madam Speaker, the member knows very well that those who are not eligible to be here will face the consequences of Canadian law, Mr. Speaker. We trust authorities to carry that out. As for services in this country, we understand that there's been a strain on services and that the immigration system has a part to play in that. What's also at stake, Madam Speaker, is that we put policy on the table to address those issues. A sustainable, responsible immigration system is exactly what we're pursuing to address those service challenges.
For Calgary, Nose Hill.
People with no legal right to be in Canada should not have access to federal health benefits. Right. The Liberals have given a Dutch Somali national who gave multiple false names and birth dates to immigration officers have also lied about being in a polygamous marriage yet another chance to stay in Canada. Lying to immigration officers should immediately invalidate somebody's ability to stay in Canada. The decision to let someone enter or stay in Canada should be made on truthful information. This is a no-brainer. Why are the Liberals rewarding non-citizen liars with the right to stay in Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I say this with all due respect. This is the immigration critic for the Conservative Party for almost 10 years. She knows very well that when new information comes in, it can lead to the cancellation of existing visas that allow individuals to be here in the first place. And so when we understand these matters, we leave it in the hands of authorities to address those matters. On this side of the House, we are continuing to be seized with the importance of ensuring a sustainable, responsible immigration system that's focused on the economy from the beginning to end, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Nose Hill.
Well, in that case, the government found out that this person was a polygamist, lied about it, and still let them stay here. So, Mr. Speaker, we also this week heard the Liberals argue against my bill, which would remove the ability of activists, judges, and lawyers to give leniency to non-citizens convicted of serious crimes like sexual assault. And for a non-citizen, being able to stay in Canada should be considered a privilege, not a right. Non-citizens convicted of sexual assault or those who were caught lying about polygamy shouldn't be rewarded with this ability to stay in Canada. They should be removed. It's a no-brainer.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The member is or should be aware of the landmark Supreme Court decision of 2013 that says that the courts and judges in particular can take note of the immigration status of an individual, but cannot use that to condition sentencing in a way that would avoid immigration consequences, Madam Speaker. This is not a serious question, Madam Speaker. The point is that if we're going to do immigration policy seriously in this country, we have to make sure that we allow...
The honourable member for Markham-Stouffville.
Madam Speaker, Canada has what the world needs and wants: the best educated workforce in the world, free trade agreements with every G7 country, an abundance of natural resources, world-class innovators, entrepreneurs and exporters. And thanks to Budget 2025, Canada will have the lowest marginal effective tax rate in the G7. Unlike the members opposite, I'm proud to have voted in favour of a budget that will boost productivity and attract investments. Can the Parliamentary Secretary remind this House exactly what those who...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, that the Conservatives will talk down our industries and workers every chance they get. That may help generate clicks and fundraising emails, but it won't build Canada strong. Hear, hear. So while they're in the business of saying no, we're in the business of saying yes. Yes to productivity tax deductions for businesses. Yes to making it easier for Canadian companies to invest in machinery, equipment, and technology to help them grow and thrive. Yes to catalyzing investments to supercharge productivity in Canada. When we say yes to Canada and to Canadians, Conservatives say no. Maybe that's why Canadians keep saying no every time the Conservatives...
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
So every time the Prime Minister talks trade, it seems Brookfield comes out ahead and Canadians get left behind. Travels to Washington, Brookfield got an $80 billion nuclear deal. Traveled to the UK, Brookfield got money from the EU Space Agency. He hosts Swedish royalty in Canada. Brookfield announces an AI deal even before they land back in Stockholm. Now he's forcing Alberta to put money into carbon capture programs in exchange for a pipeline. And guess who has a major stake in the sector? Brookfield. Madam Speaker, when he said he would build at scale not seen in generations, did he really mean just for Brookfield?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, count us a little perplexed as to the approach of the Conservatives in question period today. First, we have the news of 2.6% growth in our economy, which leads all published data in the G7. We signed a landmark agreement with the province of Alberta yesterday that will secure an economic future for families, for children, for people looking for jobs and an economic future across the prairies and into British Columbia. Madam Speaker, it is shameful that this Conservative Party sets up their tinfoil hats.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
This summer, a cargo ship went aground in the Franklin Strait, a rare occurrence. With climate change, the Northwest Passage has become more accessible. Nunavut relies heavily on ship diesel, and the risk of damaging the pristine waters is increasing. Mapping the seafloor will ensure more predictable navigation. Will the minister commit to funding Arctic bathymetry as a multi-use project to keep Canada's sovereignty over the Arctic?
The Honourable Government House Leader. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Madam Speaker, with our Arctic foreign policy, we are continually ensuring that the sovereignty and the livelihood of the Arctic is protected. That is why we are putting on the table $80 billion for defense spending. In conjunction with Indigenous peoples, we are going to make sure that we protect the Arctic and we defend the Arctic, and we will do so with our international allies. I'll be traveling to NATO next week to have those.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Behind closed
Stores, without BC and First Nations at the table, the Prime Minister agreed to lift the tanker ban, put at risk the way of life of coastal communities, bring in a new fossil fuel subsidy at the expense of renewable energy and clean technologies, and move Canada further away from its greenhouse gas reductions targets. The Prime Minister says they will not proceed without the consent of BC and free, prior, and informed consent of First Nations. But nowhere is this spelled out in the MOU. Why?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Indigenous treaty rights do not need to be spelled out in MOUs. They are inherent. But I do want to talk a little bit about the MOU and what the MOU allows. The MOU allows us to have a durable climate plan, one that moves the effective price of carbon in Alberta from $25 to $130. It allows us to reduce methane emissions by 75%. It allows us to take carbon out of the air through carbon capture, and it does that in a way that says that there are going to be ongoing reviews to make sure those commitments towards net zero in 2050 are maintained. This is great news for the climate, and I encourage everybody in this House.
This is the end of oral questions. Affaires courantes. Affaires courantes. Dépôt de documents. Dépôt de projets de loi émanant des...
Tabling of documents, tabling of government bills.
By ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Quebec.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to table, in both official languages, the second report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security regarding Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and the integrity of the Canadian immigration system and respecting other related security measures. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report it back to the House with amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfield.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Proposed Review of the Conflict of Interest Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I believe the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes is rising on the same report.
Yes, Conservatives support the main report from the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, but want to highlight two concerns in our dissenting report. First, that Mr. Flatt and Mr. Teske refused to appear. They stayed outside of Canada to avoid testifying, even though the House could still order them to appear when they return. And second, we have deep concerns about the Prime Minister's conflicts of interest, massive Brookfield holdings with future bonus pay, possibly in the tens of millions of dollars, and they aren't properly managed under current rules. Administrators of the screen weren't even aware that the Prime Minister had met with the COO of Brookfield and that 95% of Brookfield companies aren't covered by the screen. The committee should continue examining fixes into the Act to restore public trust, and that's what we're going to look to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant...
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Council? Oh, no. Okay. The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, this on behalf of petitioners from my riding of Courtney Alberni, honoured to table this petition today. They cite that Prime Minister Carney made the elbows up promise to defend Canadian sovereignty and democracy and distinguish Canada from the dangerous politics of the United States. Bill C-2, they highlight, appears as a Trojan horse for sweeping surveillance policies, expanding police access to personal data without warrant.
The Honourable Member knows he cannot use the name of a current member in the House. He's been here long enough. Thank you.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. If I could, Madam Speaker, in honor to table this petition on behalf of petitioners from my riding of Courtenay Alberni. They highlight that the Prime Minister made the elbows up promise to defend Canadian sovereignty and democracy and distinguish Canada from the dangerous politics of the United States. They highlight that Bill C-2 appears as a Trojan horse for sweeping surveillance policies, expanding police access to personal data without warrants, lowering privacy thresholds to reasonable grounds, weakening protections on international data sharing, and allowing Canada Post to open private mail. This legislation is is offensive and is undemocratic. They also highlight that Bill C-2 tramples on our Charter of Rights and Freedoms and puts Canada on a dangerous path of xenophobia and racism. They also call on the Government of Canada to immediately withdraw Bill C-2 in full, uphold the elbows up promises to reject Trump-style policies ensuring immigration, security, and private legislation reflect our nation's commitment to democracy and human rights, and honor the responsibility of elected office and affirm our Charter, not trample it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present a petition here today on behalf of concerned residents of Regina and southern Saskatchewan. Signers of the petition are concerned about the Liberal government's plan to ban the sale of internal combustion engine vehicles by the year 2035. They say that the plan is unrealistic due to the lack of capacity in this country's electricity grid, and the end result will be to drive up the price of both new and used vehicles. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present this petition here today in the House of Commons.
For Edmonton Manning.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting this petition on behalf, with 600 signatures on behalf of the Falun Gong practitioners in China, that they suffered from severe human rights abuses, including mass arbitrary detention, torture, killing, and forced organ harvesting on a larger scale. The signer or the undersigned, they calling on the Canadian government to publicly call on the Chinese regime to end its persecution of Falun Gong in China and transitional repression abroad, and continue to impose sanctions and pursue accountability for CCP officials and Brookside responsible for the human rights violations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Bruce Grey Owen Sound.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm presenting a petition very similar to my honourable colleague from Edmonton Manning. It's Canadians that are calling upon the Government of Canada to proactively deploy all possible avenues to publicly call out the Chinese regime to end its persecution of Falun Gong in China and transnational repression abroad, to continue to impose sanctions on and pursue accountability for the Chinese Communist Party officials and proxies responsible for these human rights violations, and finally to take stronger measures to protect the Falun Gong community targeted by this foreign repression. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions. I believe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on a point of order.
Just to indicate that, not on a point of order, Madam Speaker, a question.
Is on the order of paper? No.
Stand.
Okay.
So that agreed?
Yes. Is it agreed? Agreed. Now the Honourable Deputy House Leader is writing on the point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier today, I'm rising on a point of order. And earlier today, the second report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security was tabled in this House, respecting the consideration of Bill C-12, an act respecting certain measures relating to the security of Canada's borders and integrity of the Canadian immigration system, and respecting other related security measures. I'm rising on the point of order to bring to the Speaker's attention 9 amendments that were adopted in the committee that the chair of that committee ruled were inadmissible on the grounds that these amendments violated the Parent Act rule. Page 771 of the third edition of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice states, in relation to the rules and precedents that govern the admissibility of amendments proposed in committee, that, and I quote, as an amendment to a bill must be relevant in that it must always relate to the subject matter of the bill or to clause thereof under consideration in the case of a bill referred to a committee after second reading. An amendment is inadmissible if it proposes to amend a statute that is not before the committee or a section of the Parent Act unless the latter is specifically amended by a clause of the bill, end of quote. In that case of the study by the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security on Bill C-12, the following 9 amendments were ruled to be inadmissible by the chair and that it infringed on the Parent Act rule. In these 9 circumstances, a majority of members on that committee voted to overturn the chair's ruling, and these amendments were subsequently adopted. So these amendments include CPC 8, CPC 13, CPC 14, CPC 15, CPC 16, and CPC 17 to Part 6 of the bill concerning asylum reform, CPC 30 and CPC 33, which create two new parts of the bill concerning penalties for human trafficking in the location of the position of the chair of the Immigration and Refugee Board, and CPC 2 to Part 4 of the bill respecting ministerial powers, duties, and functions related to the Canadian Coast Guard. I therefore submit that these 9 aforementioned amendments were inadmissible at committee, and should you agree, I would humbly request that the bill be reprinted without offending amendments for the House to consider at the report stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for bringing that to the chair's attention, and it will be taken under advisement. Honorable député de...
The honourable member for Mégantic-l'Érable-Lotbinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have just heard the remarks of the Deputy House Leader. What she seems to be saying is that she is rejecting amendments that were passed by a majority of committee members. I would like to reserve some comments for later, but we will have something to say about those statements. I would like to thank the member for his clarification. As I noted, the issue will be taken under advisement. I would like to inform the House that the volume of earpieces has been reset. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune, reprise du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C10, loi sur le commissaire à la mise en œuvre des traités modernes.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise again in this chamber on behalf of the people of Vaughan Woodbridge. So today we're debating Bill C-10, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act. This bill would create a new officer of Parliament, supported by a new federal office, with a mandate to review and audit how federal departments implement modern treaties. The Commissioner would examine the performance of government institutions and present findings in Parliament. The stated goal is to improve how Canada lives up to its obligations under modern treaties. The bill is presented as a measure in the Federal Action Plan to implement UNDRIP and responds to a long-standing frustration that that Canada often signs agreements and then fails to deliver on them. Those frustrations are very real, Madam Speaker. Conservatives recognize that. We support treaty rights and reconciliation. We support self-determination and self-government for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. We do not question the sincerity of Indigenous partners who see this bill as a way to hold Ottawa accountable. Our concern is that Bill C-10 answers a problem of implementation with more bureaucracy and less accountability. We need accountability inside the government to actually meet our treaty obligations. To understand why that matters, it's worth recalling where modern treaties come from and what they are meant to fix. Treaty rights in Canada go back to the earliest relationships between the Crown and Indigenous nations. Through royal proclamations in 1763, the historic peace and friendship treaties are the numbered treaties that cover much of Western and Northern Canada. Those treaties, however imperfectly honoured, are recognized and affirmed in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. In many parts of the country, Indigenous title and rights were never resolved by historic treaties. That is why the Supreme Court's decision in 1973 was so important. The court recognized Indigenous title in Canadian law and forced the federal government to move from denial to negotiation. That decision opened the modern treaty era and led to the first modern treaty in James Bay and northern Quebec in the Agreement of 1975. Since 1975, Canada has negotiated and signed 26 modern treaties with Indigenous groups in Canada, 18 of which contain self-government provisions or associated self-government agreements. Canada has concluded modern treaties with Indigenous peoples across the North and in parts of British Columbia and Quebec. These comprehensive land claim agreements define land ownership, resource rights, financial compensation, and governance authorities. They are constitutionally protected and legally enforceable. The model has evolved over time. Before the year 2000, most modern treaties focused on land and resources, with separate or partial agreements for self-government. Since the year 2000, almost all modern treaties have included explicit self-government provisions. Whether a nation has a modern treaty, a self-government treaty, or both, the obligations are legally binding on the Crown. For years, Parliament, Indigenous leaders, and experts have warned that Canada's record on implementation is inconsistent and often poor. In 2008, the Senate Standing Committee on Aboriginal Peoples recommended the creation of an independent body, such as a Modern Treaty Commission, to help monitor implementation. Modern treaty partners have repeatedly called for stronger and stronger oversight. Now, Conservatives take this history very seriously. Our record in government shows that modern treaties can be negotiated and implemented when Ottawa is focused on results. Under Prime Minister Harper, 5 modern treaties were signed in 6 years. Those 5 modern treaties include First Nation land claims and self-government agreement in 2006, First Nations final agreement in 2009, First Nations final agreement in 2009, Swi Valley Dakota Nation governance agreement in 2013, and the Delaunay final self-government agreement in 2015. Now, under this level of government, we have seen many new offices, frameworks, big promises, but at the end of the day, they have negotiated 0 modern treaties. This is the context in which we look at Bill C-10. Parliament needs to ask hard questions. Will this bill fix an underlying problem, or will it give the illusion of action while the same departments continue with business as usual? We already have oversight tools. The Office of the Auditor General has repeatedly studied modern treaty implementation and related issues. Audits in the last decade have highlighted serious gaps in how obligations are tracked, coordinated, and met. Those reports set out recommendations and named the departments that needed to act. Yet here we are, years later, hearing many of the same concerns from treaty partners. The problem is not lack of reports. The problem is that ministers and departments are not held to account when they fail to implement the very agreements in which they sign. In fact, this government has already created a new federal offices and initiatives to work on land claim implementation issues. The Modern Treaties Implementation Office, the Assessment of Modern Treaty Implementations Office, the Performance Management Framework, the Modern Treaty Management Environment, the Deputy Ministers Oversight Committee, and the Reconciliation Secretariat. Despite that, progress on implementation remains slow. No modern treaties have been established by the government. Indigenous governments spend too much time chasing basic compliance from federal partners. If these entities have not solved the problem inside the government, it then begs the question, why should we believe that a new external office will do so? Who has been fired for not delivering in the past? Many modern treaty partners originally proposed that a commissioner be housed within the Office of the Auditor General, similar to the Commissioner of the Environment. That model would have leveraged an existing institution and reduced duplication. The government instead chose a standalone agent of Parliament with a separate office, separate staff, and a separate budget. The real test should be whether a proposal improves outcomes on the ground, not whether it creates an office in Ottawa. Reconciliation is measured in results. A commissioner will not build a home, sign an agreement, or ensure that a department meets a timeline it has already missed. What will do that is ministerial responsibility and clear consequences for failure. If a modern treaty commitment is not being met, the responsible minister should have to explain that to Parliament. Departments should have measurable implementation plans, co-developed with treaty partners, that are reported on publicly and tied to performance evaluations to senior officials. If officials refuse to act, they should not be promoted. If ministers ignore repeated warnings, they should answer for that in this House. Conservatives support modern treaties and self-determination. We want to see a Canada where Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities share in prosperity and where agreements are honoured in practice, not just in words. Where Conservatives part on this bill is not the goal of accountability, but on the tool the government has chosen and, of course, that is based on their record. I've tuned in to previous question and answers on this very bill, and I know government members opposite to us may try and twist our words, so let me make this very clear. At a time when Canadians are struggling with the cost of living and when the federal public service has grown dramatically in size and cost, the answer to every problem in Ottawa cannot be more and more offices, more and more layers of reporting, more and more costs. Parliament should be careful not to confuse activity with results. It's tempting to think that if we pass a bill and create a commissioner, we have solved the problem. The record of past reports and offices tell us otherwise. Now, instead of building a new bureaucracy, what seems to be the easy get-out-of-jail-free card policy solution to this government's past failures, we should strengthen the accountability of the systems we already have. We should insist that departments act on Auditor General recommendations. We should require transparent implementation plans for each treaty. We should empower Indigenous governments as true partners, not as clients waiting for Ottawa to police itself. This is the approach the Conservatives will continue to bring to this debate. We stand up for treaty rights, for the honour of the Crown, and for a vision of reconciliation that is grounded in results, not just in rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, when we talk about Bill C-10, this isn't something that's just a focus that's being introduced from the government. This has been, in essence, being led by Indigenous community, Indigenous leaders. And it is something that, when talks about reconciliation, that this could be a part of it in a very positive way. Now, based on the Conservative opposition that we continue to see in terms of the filibuster of this legislation, and then you get the behavior of the leader of the Conservative Party completely ignoring Indigenous communities on major projects, would the member not agree that the Conservative Party's approach on Indigenous-related issues would appear to be nothing but artificial?
Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, we understand why Indigenous people are pushing for this. It's because they are frustrated. They are frustrated with the government's failure to follow the reports and the finding from the report of the Auditor General and actually implement the solutions that have been highlighted. Now, Mr. Speaker, where we deviate from the government is we think we just need to follow the reports and enforce the rules already on the book. We don't need more bureaucracy. We don't need more government that's going to ramp up costs and not achieve the results that we're looking for. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The member for Code Nord, Kawawa, Chikimak, Nitassinan.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I heard him speak about some possible solutions that could be made regarding government transparency and the implementation of modern treaties. Could he please offer a summary of what is not working? Because he says we don't need a commissioner in addition to what we already have. We are in favor, but I'd like to hear him sum up his objections.
For Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General, who is deemed an expert on this issue years ago when the reports were done, already highlighted the significant gaps in the implementation of modern treaties. So that is why we're questioning the need for a brand new bureaucracy that's going to ramp up costs. If we already have an Auditor General who's highlighted the gaps, if all we need now is to have direct ministerial accountability, responsible to this House, and enforceable measures that need to be enforced when the government fails to implement the treaties that they negotiate. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the speech that my colleague gave, and I wonder if he would
I'd like to take some time to elaborate on what it is that our jobs are here, and specifically the job of the government and the ministers, and why we need an extra layer of bureaucracy when they could simply just keep promises.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ministers need to be accountable for the government programs, obligations, treaties they sign that they choose to implement. Now, what we see is a theme that's happening over and over again here in this House by this Liberal government. Every time there's a program that's introduced by the government, whether it's a treaty in this case that's signed and fails to get implemented properly, the solution from the government seems to be we need more and more government. Now, at a time where Canadians all across the country are facing increased costs to their standard of living, they're facing more and more pressures. We see from this government we need to spend even more money creating a new bureaucracy for oversight instead of using the tools we already have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut, 30 seconds.
I wonder if the member can share with us how they were protecting the rights of Indigenous peoples when they worked with the Liberals to help expedite the passing of Bill C-5.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Conservative record on Indigenous relationships is clear. When Prime Minister Harper held office, we signed and implemented 5 modern treaties in 6 years. We always stand with Indigenous people. We stand with reconciliation and with all of the First Nations people. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the member for Côte Nord, Kawa, Chikimak, Nitassinan.
Merci. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am pleased to rise on behalf of the Bloc Québécois to speak to Bill C-10, Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act. This was previously Bill C-77. The Bloc Québécois was in favor, and we still are. I'd like to thank the First Nations who live on the territory within my riding, the Naskapi, who themselves have a modern treaty, one of the first, in fact. A treaty signed with Quebec in the 70s. I'd also like to thank the Innu, who for more than 45 years, with some groups like the Mastayash, who are the Lac Saint-Jean riding, Nutashquan, and other groups, have been negotiating for 45 years in order to reach a modern treaty. I am speaking about negotiation, not implementation. I would like to thank them because this takes courage, perseverance, patience, and tolerance in order to ensure that ultimately rights are recognized and implemented within the framework of a treaty. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we are in favor of this bill. It's all very well to have a treaty, but that is not enough. We also need there to be substantive content and actual concrete actions. Mr. Speaker, very humbly, I would just remind us that I have been the member for Côte Nord, Kawa, Chikamash, Nitassinan for 10 years. It was previously Manicouagan. I remember about the negotiations around UNDRIP. It wasn't easy. It started even before I arrived. We were already talking about these rights. Eventually, legislation was passed. And this is all under the general umbrella of truth and reconciliation. Some things are more symbolic than real. Some things have to do with communications and appearances, but then when you're actually on the ground, it's not necessarily true reconciliation. Just like Indigenous communities don't always have access to the truth. So it's all very symbolic, and I heard earlier from my conservative colleagues who said that we didn't need this, that we already have mechanisms. For example, they spoke about the Auditor General. They spoke about different mechanisms for transparency and accountability. But those mechanisms may not be sufficient. I'm not necessarily referring to the AG's office being insufficient, but the fact that the government may not ultimately have to take appropriate action. I understand what my colleagues are saying, but when it comes to defending something, and Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Bloc Québécois, if I weren't here, there would be no one to speak for Quebec. Of course, I'm referring to my entire party. I'm not saying it's just about me, but the Bloc Québécois is there to defend the interests of Quebec. It's the same thing here. If we don't manage to achieve results because there aren't enough mechanisms to actually implement things transparently and with accountability, we want there to be that commissioner, a commissioner who can do that work. The commissioner is something that Indigenous people have been asking for, because these groups feel that they are not being respected, and I think we need to listen to them. We need to consult and listen. That is entirely necessary as part, as I say, of truth and reconciliation. It's foundational. So if they're asking for this, I would say that that is indeed legitimate. I have spoken extensively about all this, the legitimacy of this, but I do have some criticisms about the bill, and I'd like to hear from my colleagues later. In the mechanism, it calls for an annual report, laying out the gaps in the implementation of modern treaties by the government. Two types of report. First of all, an annual report, but that annual report would be tabled with the minister, firstly, and then there would be 15 days from the time when it's tabled, sitting days, for the House to be seized with it. Now, in the Bloc Québécois, we think that we should receive the report immediately. We do not see why a period of time, which would be variable and arbitrary, should pass between when the report is given to the minister and when it is received by members of the House of Commons. And just to distinguish the two types, one of them is an annual report, but of course a report that is tabled at the end of the session in June doesn't have the same impact as one that might be introduced in the fall, when we're always sitting except on weekends. That's one of my criticisms. Why not immediately receive the report so that we can immediately take action? And then I will now move on to the second type of report. I'm paraphrasing, but it would enable the commissioner to introduce an ad hoc report whenever they feel that it's important and when they feel that there should be no delay. So in my opinion, when such a report is introduced, it means that there's an emergency matter. And if such a matter is so urgent, then, in my opinion, once again, presenting the report to the minister, well, we have the same rule again. 20 sitting days would pass from the moment of receipt of the report by the minister. 15 days, rather. And then MPs would receive the report. I don't think that's appropriate. If the situation is urgent, then we must receive the report immediately. Thus, we will be able to take immediate action. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, What we are asking for, what First Nations are asking for, is transparency. Transparency so that indeed we can appropriately implement modern treaties and do that quickly. Of course, there are concerns about the timing. As I was saying, some First Nations living on the territory of my riding have been negotiating for 45 years. And are they really supposed to wait, another 50 years before appropriate concrete implementation of the modern treaties? That is completely unacceptable. Therefore, we would like to speed up this process significantly. We also want there to be accountability from the government. And, of course, opposition parties, including the Bloc Québécois, are here to hold the government accountable, and we need to have means to ensure that we can hold the government accountable.
Mr. Speaker, while we accept this bill to study a committee to improve this legislation, we would like everything to go smoothly and quickly and for the government to take action. But as you see, Mr. Speaker, as I said initially, I've been here for 10 years, and I feel like time in this House has been somewhat diluted. And if we could work quickly, we need will, but there always seems to be a lot of delays. We can never get there. So if needed temporarily or in long term, if we do need mechanisms or an agent like this Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation, we would be in favor of it. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can appreciate a number of the comments that the member has put on the record here this afternoon. And it would appear as if they are going to be supportive, at least in the principle, of the legislation. Part of the issue for us is recognizing that in order for the legislation to advance to committee, we need to get support from, in particular, the Conservative Party, who continues to want to prevent it from going to committee. And I'm wondering if she could provide her thoughts in regards to that, given the importance of the fact that we have Indigenous community leaders that are pushing for the legislation, and her thoughts.
Member for Côte-Nord, Coahuila-Chicamac, Nitassinan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The responsibility to having this bill accepted, well, by the Conservatives, it is the government's. So we agree in principle with this. We'd like to study the bill, but perhaps the government will be able to convince everyone. So I believe that's their work that they have to do with the Conservative Party, and I would ask them to have discussions with the Conservative Party.
And comments, the member for Bruce Grey, Owen Sound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to just sort of partly address the comment made by the Parliamentary Secretary. I don't think anybody's obstructing anything. I just think every member in this House should have the same amount of time to participate in debate and speak to a bill as the member from Winnipeg North and the Parliamentary Secretary. That's just fair to all members of Parliament. But my question, and I do appreciate the feedback from the Bloc Québécois member on this bill, and especially the ideas for improvement when it comes to the reporting timelines. And she does make a compelling case for why she thinks this bill and this requirement is needed. However, I'd just like her to comment that she's been here 10 years on the sad state of affairs when we have a federal government, a Liberal government, that actually refuses to be accountable in the first place and just do the right thing.
Member for Côte-Nord, Coahuila-Chicamac, Nitassinan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could talk about this issue for 10 years, but it's a very broad question. But as an MP from Côte-Nord, Coahuila-Chicamac, on the Indigenous file, all around others, as I said earlier, everything's to be dragging on. There doesn't seem to be political will. And I see this at committee right now. I didn't think about mentioning this, but the government doesn't want to call witnesses or hold meetings or look at this legislation. And for 10 years, even though we've been saying it's not the same government, it is still the same government. And I believe they have no desire to really work.
The member for Cape Breton, Canso, Antigonish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for her speech. She was a productive member at the Indigenous Northern Affairs Committee during her time there, and I want to thank her for her efforts when she was at that committee. Next week, we're going to be having the Assembly of First Nations in town for their annual General Assembly. We're going to have hundreds of chiefs, more than 600 First Nations community members from all across Canada, and they're going to be asking us, what are we doing to improve their legislations? What are we doing to improve their quality of life? And I'm wondering if the member opposite can talk to us a little bit about how we should be collaborating to ensure that while these chiefs are here, which are an integral part of Canada, that we're showing them that we can work collaboratively across party lines to ensure that we're doing the best for those chiefs that are coming.
The member for Côte-Nord, Kawawa-Chikimauck, Nitassinon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, who I appreciate greatly. With all due respect, Mr. Speaker, what I would say is that the government has to vote on legislation itself to make sure they do the work they need to do.
Questions and comments? The member for Pierre Boucher, Le Patriote de Cher.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question for my colleague is with respect to Indigenous relations. I know that there are a lot of Indigenous nations in her riding, and we know that sometimes these relations were historically difficult, and it is hard to build these this trust over the years. And when the government decides to...
Kawawa-Chikimauck, Nitassinon in 10 seconds, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. En fait, j'ai remarqué que ce présent gouvernement s'intéresse moins à la question autochtone. C'est moi en tant qu'élu. Donc ici, pour moi, c'est un peu, je dirais, aberrant de voir qu'on...
Resuming debate, the member for Nunavut.
Bill C-10 is a reproduction of Bill C-77, which was originally tabled in the last Parliament. And as was that time, we support this bill in its current form, as it is a reproduction. I'd like to thank, first of all, Aluki Kutuk, who was the former president of Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, who helped to work hard in ensuring that this bill would be introduced to help make sure that modern treaty obligations are being implemented. As well, thank you to the Liberals for putting it in the calendar so that we can inch it forward towards getting it to committee, so that we could see any amendments to help make sure that the issues that were posed during debate are addressed. Bill C-10 is a bill that's been in the works for more than 20 years. Indigenous modern treaty partners have been working towards this. They've sought independent oversight and accountability mechanisms of the federal government on modern treaty implementation. There are some reasons that we support this bill. First of all, it is a safeguard. Secondly, it will help ensure accountability, it puts Canada in line with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Indigenous peoples have been partners in the creation of this bill, and it advances reconciliation and self-determination. I think that helping to realize the full potential of modern treaties is an important foundation of this bill. Just to briefly explain what I mean about why it's a safeguard for Indigenous modern treaty partners, it helps to implement specific modern treaty obligations. Canada currently is implementing 27 modern treaties. Of these 27 modern treaties, 6 include only a comprehensive land claim settlement agreement. 1 includes only self-government provisions and is unrelated to any land claim, and 20 address both comprehensive land claim and self-government in some way. The first modern treaty was signed in 1975, the James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement. The Nunavut Agreement was signed in 1993, and I had such a pleasure of being there, present myself when it was being signed, as well as the White Cap Dakota Nation in 2023 is the latest. The way that accountability will be seen if this bill is implemented is that it will ensure federal government meets its treaty obligations. The Liberal government, we need to remind, I think, the context for why this bill is particularly important, and it is because the Liberal government is ignoring Indigenous peoples' rights and title for resource extraction and economic development in the name of nation building. Specifically Bill C-5. Modern treaties are a constitutionally entrenched commitment between the Crown and Indigenous partners to build true nation-to-nation, Inuit Crown and government-to-government relationships. Establishing the Commissioner brings Canada in line with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, honoring commitments and advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. An independent commissioner with audit and reporting powers could hold government departments to account and overcome long-standing inertia in treaty implementation. As I've said earlier, this bill was created in consultation with Indigenous modern treaty partners. Indeed, they did ask for this legislation. When Bill C-77 was originally tabled, there had been engagement with over 130 Indigenous groups, including Indigenous modern treaty partners, Indigenous groups negotiating modern treaties, self-government agreement holders, national Indigenous organizations, provincial and territorial governments. I met with the Land Claim Coalition Agreement previously, as well as others, and there was overwhelming support for the passage of this bill. Bill C-10 advances reconciliation and self-determination through oversight and accountability of federal government. Modern treaties create stability and predictability over rights, lands, and interests. For example, with the Nunavut Agreement, the signing of the Nunavut Agreement included the creation of the Nunavut Impact Review Board, a strengthened role for hunters and trappers, and for the important signing off of a draft Nunavut land use plan. The modern treaty, this bill will help to realize full potential of modern treaties and self-government arrangements. Currently, there are about 1.8 million people that self-identify as Indigenous in the 2021 census, representing about 5% of the population. There needs to be better and timelier treaty implementation that would reduce legal disputes and uncertainty, enabling Indigenous economic participation. The Indigenous gross domestic product and output has posted positive growth every year since 2012. It grew from $41.7 billion in 2012 to $54.1 billion in 2019. Indigenous entrepreneurship is on the rise, with self-employment rates among First Nations, Métis, and Inuit having increased since 2016. Indigenous entrepreneurs contribute approximately $48.9 billion to the Canadian economy, a figure that could increase if systemic barriers such as limited access to federal procurement opportunities are addressed. I'd like to take this time to address some of the conservative concerns about what they're calling additional bureaucracy. Creating a new office with costs, but includes cooperation with the Office of the Auditor General to reduce duplication, possibly allowing for efficiency gains. There would be improved certainty and accountability around treaty obligations and that can de-risk investment, particularly in northern and resource regions, supporting project finance and partnerships. As a reminder, Bill C-5 created new bureaucracy, 2 new offices, yet the Conservatives supported Bill C-5 and to have it expedited, and for them to call into question whether this bill is appropriate because it creates a commissioner position that needs to ensure that treaty obligations are being met is a serious concern that we must address and can be addressed at committee stage. New Democrats stand in partnership with Indigenous modern treaty partners who have been consulted and are advocating for the creation of this new office as a Commissioner of Modern Treaty Implementation.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the member opposite for her work at Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee when she was there. I know that she talked a lot about why is it important for us to have oversight in terms of when we're looking at the modern day treaties and we're looking at the things that Canada has agreed to. And when I've been speaking with some of the stakeholders who've really been pushing for this, they say, well, we really need that accountability on, and we really need for people to ensure that we're moving forward on implementing the treaty promises they make. And the member opposite talked a little about the economic outputs of ensuring that Indigenous people are part of the growth that's happening in Canada. And I'm wondering if the member opposite, and I know that she's in Budget 2025, there were some significant items that were in her riding of Nunavut, and I'm wondering if she could talk about how Indigenous people in her riding or across Canada are being a big part of the economic growth of this country.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I think this Bill C-10 is particularly important because both Liberals and Conservatives, having been governing parties, have not implemented fully their obligations to treaty implementation, and we need to have someone that is outside of the Auditor General's office. The Auditor General does important work to make sure that operations are being held accountable, yet their work is only focused on what can be seen from an administrative point of view, and what the commissioner will do is make sure that implementation, legal obligations are being met. That office will help make sure that there's a targeted approach to making sure that obligations are being met to ensure that we can see economic benefits stemming from modern treaty partners.
The Honourable Member for York Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for her speech on this issue. Part of what this bill does, as I understand it, is it imbues this commissioner with maintaining the honor of the Crown, and so which is an integral legal principle in Indigenous Crown relations. And so my question to the member is she comfortable with having the government delegate part of its responsibility to maintain the honor of the Crown to a bureaucrat? Should that not stay with the minister, with the cabinet?
Member for Nunavut.
There is no delegation to the commissioner regarding that. I do hope that the member educates himself in a better way to make sure that this commissioner and the office of the commissioner will investigate, will analyze, and will look at what is being implemented by the federal government, whose sole responsibility is to ensure that the honor of the Crown is being met by all governments.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Côte-Nord, Kawishkamak. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Nunavut, who I appreciate greatly. I enjoy working with her at the Indigenous Affairs Committee, and obviously this is something close to her heart. But I'd like to know, because there are several groups, Indigenous groups, that participated or in terms of consultations and crafting this bill, and I'd like to know what are their fears if we don't adopt this legislation.
And I share my sense of friendship with the MP as well. I think that what we've seen from this Liberal government, for example, working with the Conservatives on expediting C5, there are real concerns that any government will continue to violate the rights of Indigenous peoples, including free, prior, and informed consent. And we saw that most recently with the Prime Minister signing an MOU with the Premier of Alberta without the free, prior, and informed consent. And this treaty commissioner is going to need to be able to monitor these kinds of situations and make sure that UNDRIP is being implemented regarding modern treaties, as well as any obligations that any government has towards its fiduciary duties towards First Nations, Inuit, and Métis.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Montmorency-Charlevoix.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we are debating a fundamental principle: state-Indigenous relationships. This relationship is not accomplished through a new organizational structure, Ottawa office. It's something based on honor and commitment and a government that sticks to its word. But the government has been doing the exact opposite of that. They've been making lots of promises, setting up bureaucracy, wasting money, all while achieving less results. Today, with C10, I get the sense that the government is making the same mistake. They'll appoint a new commissioner, add more bureaucracy, add another level of supervision, spend more money. It's as though every time there was a failure of bureaucracy, the government solution is to add additional bureaucracy. Personally, I sit on the Ethics Committee, and we had the opportunity to meet with another number of different commissioners, all of whom said the same thing, that they are underfunded and that they are having difficulties in their relationship with the government. When you compare the facts to the perceptions, the facts are that a new commissioner will not actually have the ability to get the government to do more because the government barely listens to its commissioners. Proposing more and doing less is a false solution. A commissioner for modern treaty implementation would not represent a silver bullet solution. Let's delve into the bill. Commissioners have no binding powers. The commissioner will not be able to impose penalties or move around resources or require the government to respect its treaties. All they could do is monitor. When a treaty is not upheld, who will suffer? In First Nations. They will end up holding the bag and receiving no real, and having to go after the government with no real resources. Thinking that one more report will change the record of a government that is already not doing its job is false hope. This government is hiding behind bureaucracy, as they have been doing for the last 10 years. Let me give an example. Over the last 10 years, more than 100,000 public servants were hired. Over $20 billion per year is spent on external consultants. The public service has never been as large as it is currently, and despite this, public services, housing, immigration, finances, infrastructure, programs for Indigenous peoples, these programs have never been as ineffective as they are now. And faced with this colossal failure, the Liberals are saying that, oh, we've got the solution. We'll set up another office. We'll set up a new bureaucracy, appoint another commissioner, set up another organizational structure. It's like the bureaucracy in the Asterix and Obelix comics. They always believe in setting up another office and another office instead of actually channeling resources to where they belong. I'm still learning as a new member, but I understand at least the need to hear from people on the ground. So I often pick up the phone and call people who are working out in the field in Montmorency, Charlevoix, stakeholders, Indigenous peoples, and I try to gather their expertise so that it can enrich the way I do things. After all, it is those working closest to the ground who have the best ideas for how to solve problems. So just yesterday, I called someone I know well who works on the Alma Municipal Council. That person had taken the time to read the bill and listen to the speeches from Ottawa. He said, Gabrielle, we don't need more monitoring. We need internal capacity. We need the ability to act right here, at home. Give us tools, not commissioners. Give us the ability to become autonomous. The problem we are going through are not due to a lack of oversight. They're due to the government standing in the way. A meddling government that believes that they know better than us how our communities should be run. Simply, sure, give us teaching, give us support, but stop trying to control us. Those aren't my words. They come from a First Nations person working on a band council, rather. That's what Indigenous people want and what governments fail to understand. Modern treaties are a powerful tool if we let it be. Since the James Bay Northern Quebec Accord in 1975, rights were created, local institutions were built, Indigenous institutions were put in place. This agreement taught us an important lesson. However, even the best treaties in the world are worthless if the government fails to respect them. Many modern treaties have been upheld. In fact, under the Harper government, 5 modern treaties were signed in just 6 years, and the Liberals, I will note, have signed 0 in the last 10 years. Conservatives believe in and support the modern treaty process. What we don't believe in is creating more bureaucracy in order to solve problems. These problems are not due to a lack of oversight. They're due to a lack of implementation, a lack of political will, a lack of departmental accountability. And now the government is claiming that some commissioner can solve all of these problems. Not at all. It's an insult to people's intelligence to believe that more bureaucracy will make the government more effective. What Indigenous people need is more internal capacity, not more external monitoring. What Indigenous people are calling for are the tools they need: effective programs, resources, training, knowledge transfer, financial stability and predictability, and a functional economy. Really, they are not that different from society at large. Everyone wants more control over their own lives, more independence, less government meddling. Indigenous peoples want to be able to manage their own affairs, become the masters of their own development. They want to stop being micromanaged by Ottawa like public service contractors. Autonomy does not mean being monitored. It means having the capacity to act. The Liberal philosophy is that the state always knows best. They cannot even conceive of a Canada where people are able to make their own decisions, where communities manage themselves, where local governments are responsible, and where Indigenous governments are respected. The Liberals believe that Ottawa must always manage, must always dictate, must always govern, must always comment, must always supervise. They believe in issuing dictates from on high rather than supporting people where they are. I believe that governments must support their people. After all, the foundation of democracy is not at the top, it's at the bottom. It is where people are. Perhaps the government should think in these terms: do more to support, to listen to people, and to respond to concerns raised by those on the ground. But this bill will only provide more bureaucracy. There's a very logical alternative to all of this. Give ministers more responsibility. Each minister should come before Parliament and report on the implementation of modern treaties. Modern treaties should be added to ministers' mandate letters. No more excuses, no more vague terms. They should be accountable rather than simply monitors. The government should simply get out of the way of Indigenous peoples. Like my colleague on the Band Council said, support us, but don't manage us. Indigenous communities do not need more commissioners. Rather, the government needs a mirror. The best way to do things is for the government to keep its promises and let communities govern themselves. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I find it somewhat ironic, but, you know, here we are talking about Bill C-10, and the Conservatives made it very clear that they don't want it. They're going to vote against it, even though Indigenous community leaders want to see the legislation pass. The Conservatives want to continue the filibuster. And then we witness, in terms of what we saw this week, the leader of the Conservative Party, outright, we don't need to consult with Indigenous people. If we want a pipeline, no problem at all. Just build the pipeline. Who cares what the province of BC has to say? Who cares in terms of what Indigenous people have to say in regards to it? Does the member not agree that the Conservative Party leader seems to be out of tune with what reconciliation is all about?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. A little bit rich to hear from my colleague across the way quoting his boss, who says, who cares, despite people having very real concerns. Yesterday, I spoke to someone who worked on a band council. I have their words right in front of me. They wrote that every nation has their own worth and every nation has a different culture. I know that the Liberals believe you have to consult everyone on the planet, but the reality is that this is a complex issue, and it is best resolved by working with people there on the ground, not by setting up a new office, not by creating more administration, not by listening less. You need to go down to where people are and work with them, because we care. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine, Listegouge. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my learned colleague for his speech. I would like to delve further into conservative philosophy to ensure I understand, because he was saying that in order to respect Indigenous peoples, they need to have the resources they need to develop themselves. But just yesterday, the government announced a pipeline to the west, and the Union of BC Chiefs said, we don't want it, and we weren't consulted. However, the Conservatives are saying build the pipeline even faster. So, does my learned colleague believe that this respects Indigenous people's internal capacity? The Honourable Member. Respecting communities means listening to them and making sure that we are working with them. On the ground, for years now, for the last 11 years, treaties have not been signed nor respected. I think the first thing to do, if we are to respect communities, is to keep our own promises. Conservatives will always do so.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Other than the concern of increasing a bureaucracy, I don't hear any other real concerns from the Conservatives about what the problems of C-10 is. And currently, the only way to make sure that the implementation of modern treaties are being resolved is through court cases. And I wonder if the member agrees that having a commissioner to monitor the implementation of legal treaties is a much better way than long disputes through the courts.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. I have a very simple response to that. First, it is ministers' responsibility to ensure that they will uphold their promises. It will not be by a commissioner would have no power to make the ministers do things. And regarding bureaucracy, instead, the government ought to improve tools and training and knowledge transfer, as well as financial stability and predictability. They must ensure real autonomy. The government should work with people and give them access to more resources rather than simply burying them in paperwork. It's only by working with people on the ground that accomplishments can be made. Questions and comments?
Question and comment? The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I don't think the member understood my question, so I'll ask it again. I was asking about how to resolve disputes. Currently, there is no actual other mechanism to resolve disputes between modern treaties and the federal government. That only system is through the courts, and I wonder if the member agrees that a better way to resolve disputes between the federal government and the first modern treaty holders is to have the commissioner position.
Une réponse très brève.
A very quick answer from the Honourable Member for Montmorency Charlevoix. I will give a quick answer. The Ethics Commissioner is having trouble holding the Prime Minister accountable, so I don't think a new commissioner will be able to solve any problems for First Nations. If we want to get things done, we should move forward together, keep our promises, and hold ministers accountable.
For York Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to rise in the House and speak on behalf of my constituents in York Durham. And while I'm from York Durham, which is a riding in the Greater Toronto Area, what people may not realize is I actually represent two First Nations communities. The Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation and the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. Both were included in my new riding of York Durham during the last redistribution. And so part of the great pleasure I have had as the new member for this new riding of York Durham, previously the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation were part of another member's riding, and similarly the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation were part of another member's riding. Now I have the pleasure of representing both First Nations, and part of my job and my experience as a new member has been doing some outreach to each First Nation, as I do to communities across our riding, to get to know them and to get to know their issues. And I have had the pleasure of getting to know both bands, their leadership, and their communities more generally. In particular, Chief Donna Big Canoe of the Chippewas and Chief Kelly LaRocca of the Mississaugas. I had the pleasure of attending the Mississaugas powwow this past summer to learn a little bit more about their history and their culture. And, Madam Speaker, what I have learned so far is that both of the First Nations in my riding are striving to be modern and effective bands that work toward the good of their residents and the prosperity of not only their communities, but the larger community for the Mississaugas that's in Port Perry, and for the Chippewas, that's the town of Georgina. And I'm happy to report that there are strong relationships between both municipalities and the First Nations side by side. And so I really view my role in this case, Madam Speaker, as assistance to the First Nations, as to other municipalities, and how I can be a good representative for them here in Ottawa. And I have learned that they are both entrepreneurial and community-minded. For example, the Mississaugas, Madam Speaker, are the majority owners of the Minogi Corporation. It's a new clean energy investment company. And the Voyager Services Limited Company, provider of nuclear and energy construction solutions. And in fact, those companies just recently announced, I guess it was last year, so it's not so recent, but last year announced collaboration with Cameco company, obviously a marquee Canadian company. And that, to me, Madam Speaker, that just shows the entrepreneurship of the First Nations in my community, specifically the Mississaugas in that case. The Chippewas, too, they've long operated the Island View Business Center, and then more recently opened a new business venture with the Seven Generations and Go In Fuels Center, which I had the opportunity to help cut a ribbon there earlier this summer. Now, they're not free from difficulties, as many communities are. In the case of the Chippewas, the band is located on an island, and that presents significant challenges for transportation, for healthcare, and unfortunately, one of the great ironies of the Liberals' green energy policies and carbon taxes and eco-justice and whatever other name they want to call it, but they're sort of falling off that. But at least when that minister was still in cabinet, they were pursuing these policies. And one of the great ironies of that is that the transportation to the Chippewas of Georgina Island is fueled by a ferry which runs on diesel fuel, which was subject to the carbon tax. Now, there was no ability for members of the band and community to get back and forth to the island other than on a ferry fueled by diesel fuel. So they just had to pay more out of pocket because of that carbon tax. And that's an outstanding issue that this government has failed to address and has failed to make proper compensation for, in my opinion, Madam Speaker. Now, being from Ontario, these bans have a different history than from those that are subject to modern treaties, of course, because both of these bans were subject to treaties that existed in Ontario, namely two significant treaties, the Coldwater Narrows Treaty and the Williams Treaties. Both are now largely settled and were largely settled by the previous Conservative government, and that's a bit of a trend we've heard today for these speeches, Madam Speaker. It's clear that under the previous Conservative government there was movement, there was political will to engage in good faith treaty negotiation and settlements, and at least in my community that resulted in the Coldwater Narrows Treaty and largely the completion of most of the Williams Treaty settlement. But when it comes to this bill, Madam Speaker, I just have one question, which is why can't the government just do its job? It seems that every time there's a problem, this government for the last 10 years, and especially this new old government, seems to create some new bureaucracy. We have a problem in housing, so we need another bureaucracy. You know, we have a problem with modern treaties and enforcing that, so we'll create a new bureaucracy. But, Madam Speaker, another bureaucrat will not tell us anything we don't already know. And for all the lip service that this government has paid to Indigenous issues for the last 10 years, they remain, in my opinion, as fractured as they ever have been. There are, in fact, dozens of Auditor General reports from the last decade touching on Aboriginal people's issues in Canada. Perhaps we should start with dealing with those before we create a new commissioner to give us more reports. But I want to focus for a little bit of time, Madam Speaker, on the supposed mandate of this new bureaucrat. The first in the bill is, and I'll quote from it, strengthening the relationship between the Government of Canada and Indigenous modern treaty partners. As I said, I don't think this bureaucrat will tell us anything we don't already know. Is it not the minister's job to maintain good relationships with Indigenous and Aboriginal peoples across Canada? Is that not something she's capable of doing? Is it not the Governor and Council's job, acting through Cabinet and the Prime Minister, to maintain those good relationships? Why can't they do that themselves? Second, Madam Speaker, second mandate for this Commissioner is, quote, fulfilling the Government of Canada's obligations and achieving objectives of modern treaties, these obligations and objectives being interpreted in a broad and purposeful manner. Now, of course, the government should fulfill its obligations under a treaty. Indeed, it should fulfill its obligations and agreements with all Canadians. When the government says it will do something, it should do something. But what's missing from this objective is any reference to protecting rights of the Crown contained in any modern treaty. These treaties are two-way streets, Madam Speaker. They create rights and obligations, and I don't see how this Commissioner is going to do the latter. Third, Madam Speaker, is upholding the honor of the Crown in respect of the timely and effective implementation of modern treaties. Now, just a moment ago, I was accused of not having read the bill, but I assure the member from Nunavut that I did read the bill, and it does say that the Commissioner's mandate is to uphold the honor of the Crown. Now, this is a fundamental aspect of Aboriginal law that every law student learns about, that the honor of the Crown is at stake always in our discussions and interactions with Aboriginal peoples. It can give rise to different duties in different circumstances, but what it means is what constitutes honorable conduct, Madam Speaker, will of course vary in the circumstances. For example, the Crown should not act dishonorably or engage in sharp dealings, and that because treaties are not simply contracts, that a generous interpretation is necessary, gives rise to the duty to consult, of course, and requires diligent, good faith implementation of treaties. There are other aspects, of course, of the honor of the Crown, but the ultimate purpose, I think in my view, is towards the reconciliation of pre-existing Aboriginal peoples and the assertion of Canadian sovereignty in the modern era. And the honor of the Crown is, of course, fundamental in dealings between the federal and provincial governments and Aboriginal peoples. And in my humble view, at least, this is not something that can or should be delegated to a bureaucrat, a mere functionary, Where is the minister? Where is cabinet? Where is the prime minister? The government cannot and should not abdicate its responsibilities to functionaries. This is an important aspect, Madam Speaker, and I think it is incumbent on the minister who is responsible for her department to maintain the honour of the Crown, not a commissioner. But even if we accept that such a position is necessary or desirable, and we do not on this side of the House, in my view, the new bureaucrat is missing a key power. And that's the power to do anything about new modern treaties. There's no power to engage in negotiations, no power to do any of the things that the government says should be done with respect to reconciliation. So we are left to conclude that this new position is, again, mere window dressing, mere lip service. This is, again, Madam Speaker, in my last few seconds, just a continuing departure from parliamentary accountability, parliamentary supremacy, and is a troubling trend of the Liberal government. In my view, the minister must be responsible for these relations, for their successes and their failures. The government must be responsible, not a new bureaucrat.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. What has become very clear is that the Conservative Party is going to do what it can to prevent this particular piece of legislation pass. And it's really quite unfortunate because it's actually being Indigenous-led. This is something in which, at the end of the day, by the Conservatives' continued refusal to allow it to go committee, is going to prove very difficult. And they know that, Madam Speaker. Then if you take a look in terms of their actions earlier this week from the leader of the Conservative Party, who has this approach that we don't need to consult with Indigenous people. We don't need to consult with provinces when it comes to major building projects to build Canada strong. I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts as to why it is that the Conservative leader is behaving more like a little dictator than he is in terms of a leader of an official opposition. And for those that I offended, I withdraw the word dictator, but the point is still made, Madam Speaker.
It's not unparliamentary. It's not necessarily nice, but it's not unparliamentary. Yes, the honourable member. Yes, the honourable member on a point of order.
So it will satisfy the chair then for the member for Winnipeg for me to call him a little dictator. Yes, ma'am?
Resuming, again, it goes both ways. Okay? It goes both ways.
I will. And so the
honourable member was not being recognised for a question, for a point of privilege, and I clarified. The honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mean, ad hominem attacks, Madam.
The honourable members allow the honourable member for York Durham to answer a question. The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And we should all strive to be honourable members in this House. And I think that the actions of the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, his ad hominem attacks simply reveal more about his character than the strong character of our Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, no, not Cowichan Malahide. Sorry. Yes, the honourable member. Cowichan Malahide.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to stand in this House today to speak on my private member's bill.
No. We're still on the questions and comments for the honourable member for York Mantle. Sorry? Skinner. West Kootenay,
Okanagan, West
Kootenay, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question, and thanks so much to my colleague here for his really interesting speech. I just want him to say again quickly why this particular bill is not the right bill to actually get things done, seeing that there's so much more bureaucracy already added in this liberal government. Why won't this work? Thank you.
The honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. We know this won't work because we have the history to prove it. We've had 10 years of this government in power, and not one modern treaty has been moved forward. In the previous Conservative government, they like to point out our the previous point, Conservative government. But on this point, Madam Speaker, we had, I think, 5 or 6 modern treaties that were moved forward, not to mention the settlements in my community that I described, the Coldwater Narrows settlement and the Williams Treaty settlement, both under the Conservative government. So this won't work because they won't take responsibility for their failure on this file.
Questions, comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Speaker, I want to ask the member about his previous comment, which said that our government was resorting to ad hominem arguments, which are when you attack the person and you have no actual logical argument, which is something that Conservatives do in this House every day. They talk about the Prime Minister being disloyal to the country. Right. They berate immigrants as being the source of our economic troubles. Can the member opposite mention whether he has ever resorted to an ad hominem argument in this House, and whether he actually believes that the Prime Minister of Canada is not working on behalf of this country?
The member for York Durham.
Madam Speaker, I of course question the ethics of the Prime Minister because the facts lead me to that conclusion. When we have a Prime Minister that is so conflicted, and we have the evidence before us, an $80 billion nuclear deal to Brookfield, $500 million to the European Space Agency that will benefit Brookfield, undisclosed meetings with Brookfield executives, which is a direct violation of what the Ethics Commissioner told him to do. So if I have those facts, should I not come to the conclusion that the Prime Minister is unethical?
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Start consideration at second reading of Bill C-235, Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act, bill standing in the name of Mr. Kibble.
Mr. Kibble, seconded by Mr. Cooper, moves that Bill C-235, an act to amend the Criminal Code increasing parole ineligibility, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to stand in this House to speak today on my private member's bill, an act to amend the Criminal Code increasing parole ineligibility, also known as the Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act. This bill was originally championed by my colleague, the member from Selkirk, Interlake Eastman, dating back to the 41st Parliament. And most recently in 2021, the bill made it to committee and was about to be referred back to the House with all party support. However, Parliament was prorogued, and that ended progress. I want to thank my colleague from Manitoba for all his hard work on this bill, his compassion for victims' families, and for allowing me to bring this forward once again.
Hear, hear.
I also want to thank my many colleagues who have shown their support by co-seconding my bill, as well as the member from St. Albert, Sturgeon River, for being here today to both second and speak to my bill. It is my great honor to pick up the work done by colleagues before me, and I am committed to bringing this bill through the process fully so that families can have the justice they deserve. Tori, Holly, Tammy, Leslie, Kristen, Christine, Colin, Darren, Sandra, Ada, Simon, Judy, Raymond, Sigrun, Terry, Louise, Serena, Mona, Andrea, Brenda, Georgina, Marina, and Kimberly. These are all victims that my bill could have provided justice for. And this is not an exhaustive list, and yet people will not recognize most of these names. Instead, they will recognize the names of their murderers: Bernardo, Homolka, Olson, Picton, Rafferty, McClintock, Briere, Wellwood, and Moffat. These are all criminals that have committed the most heinous of crimes. And these are the names that get reported in the news every time they apply for parole. The names that continue to haunt families of victims for the rest of their lives. This is what is at the heart of Bill C-235. It is about protecting the families of victims from having to relive the agony of the horrific crimes inflicted against their loved ones during parole hearings year after year. This legislation would amend Section 745 of the Criminal Code and empower the courts with the ability to increase parole ineligibility from the current 25 years up to a maximum of 40 years when sentencing criminals who have abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered the same victim in the same incident, often our most innocent and vulnerable Canadians. Increasing parole ineligibility from a maximum of 25 to 40 years would spare families from having to go through the process of attending unnecessary parole hearings and making victim impact statements, which are traumatic to say the least and heart-wrenching for these families. And worse yet, these sadistic murderers are often apply for parole every 2 years, once they are eligible, for the sole purpose of toying with families, of re-victimizing them, and making them relive the gruesome killings that were committed. There are studies that suggest that these heinous killers get off on recounting their crimes in gruesome detail in front of their victims' families at these hearings. It is worth noting that my bill is not about creating longer sentences for these sadistic murderers. These depraved convicts will likely never qualify for parole. Parole boards have been very consistent in not allowing these types of heinous criminals out on parole. I know there are some concerns around whether or not this violates Section 12 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms regarding the cruel and unusual punishment. But I would like to emphasize that increased parole ineligibility is strictly under judicial discretion. The parole ineligibility period could now be set up to 40 years, but remains at the discretion of a judge and as advised by a jury. As well, this bill was modeled after Bill C-48, the Protecting Canadians by Ending Sentence Discounts for Multiple Murderers Act, which also afforded judges the ability to extend parole ineligibility period for multiple murder convictions. And rather than having concurrent, they are now served consecutively. Bill C-48 has stood up to Charter challenge, and as such, my bill will be in compliance with Section 12, the Charter of Rights. The maximum of 40 years was determined by looking at the maximum ineligibility periods for each of these three offenses and adding them together to be served consecutively rather than concurrently. For murder, it's 25 years without parole. For abduction, it's 10 years. And for sexual assault, it's 4.6. That's a total of 39.6 years and hence 40 years. I want to be clear, Bill C-35 is not about mandatory minimum sentencing. Let me state again, this bill is in compliance with Section 12 of the Charter of Rights. It is based on the discretion of a presiding judge through recommendations from a jury, allowing a judge to set parole ineligibility of up to 40 years. I can't stress enough that this bill targets the most depraved in our society. It targets those who will likely never see parole, so it will not impact criminals who will likely never be released from prison. But this is about sparing the families from appearing at unnecessary parole hearings. Let me repeat, my bill is about the families. Families who are dedicated to giving a voice and representing their lost loved ones who cannot represent themselves. Colleagues, I want to speak on a case from my riding. 15 years ago, 18-year-old Kimberly Proctor was abducted, tortured, raped, and murdered by two of her classmates. And I know her family is listening closely today, a family that I have met. Her killers pled guilty to first-degree murder and were sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole for only 10 years. Although minors, they were charged as adults. And now the Proctor family has already had to face multiple parole hearings and will continue to do so at least every 2 years, if not more, for as long as Kimberly's murderers live. However, Kimberly's murderers were not convicted of separate charges for abduction and sexual assault. And this is not an isolated incident. Many prosecutors will stay additional charges and only prosecute the highest charge, normally first-degree murder, because it results in the heaviest penalty possible. My bill will encourage prosecutors to prosecute to the fullest extent and thus include all charges. And this would allow the bill a longer period of parole ineligibility should a conviction be made of all 3 charges: murder, abduction, and sexual assault in the same incident. Not only will this help serve justice to the families upon conviction, it will also protect them from unnecessary parole hearings and from having to relive the trauma every 2 years. Again, I want to reiterate that these depraved murderers, these brutal sadistic members of society, will likely never be released back into society. The Parole Board of Canada continues to hold them in institutions knowing they are dangerous offenders who will likely reoffend. Therefore, let us ensure we are not re-victimizing those families by having them go to all these unnecessary parole board hearings and relive the murder and brutal details of how their loved ones were killed. And I hope today that members from all sides of this House who rise to ask questions on my bill will commit their intent to supporting the bill, noting that it has previously received support across all party lines, including at committee. And I look forward to continued support from across this House as we seek to prevent re-victimization of families for murdered and brutalized persons. Let us remember the long list of victims who I mentioned earlier in my speech: Tori, Holly, Tammy, Leslie, Kristen, Christine, Colin, Darren, Sandra, Ada, Simon, Judy, Raymond, Sigrun, Terry, Louise, Serena, Mona, Andrea, Brenda, Georgina, Marina, and of course Kimberly. Let us remember and respect their families. I would like to conclude with these thoughts. My bill speaks to the most heinous of cases where a criminal abducts, sexually assaults, and murders the same victim in one incident. And as such, as I said, judges will have discretion to set parole ineligibility up to 40 years. And I'd like to state that my bill is fair, as it doesn't change the outcome of, as offenders are unlikely to be ever released. It is just, as the courts and judges retain their discretionary powers based on the circumstances of each case. And most importantly, my bill is compassionate. It is about sparing the victims' families and loved ones from unnecessary parole hearings year after year. To the Proctor family and the families of all the victims I mentioned today, I will continue to fight to protect families in my riding on Vancouver Island and indeed across Canada from unnecessary parole hearings and the continued trauma that is caused as a result. I hope this bill will bring you some solace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, I stand here and listening to what the member had to say. You know, looking at the victims is probably the biggest motivation for all of us to give very serious thought to the legislation. I think there's every member in the House, at least I would like to think, that is sympathetic to the victims and what it is that victims have to go through. I thought he described the situation quite well. The question that I have for the member, does he believe that there is the possibility of having amendments that might provide more strength to the legislation or even make sure that it's charter compliant? If he wants to provide some thoughts on that, it would be appreciated. But I do value the way and the manner in which we have a focus on victims.
The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Winnipeg for his question. And I'm disappointed he feels I only said it was quite well. I thought I did very well. And I appreciate his comment about looking at victims. And, you know, we can also, I did focus on looking at the victims, but I would like to focus also looking at the heinous offenders. But to be frank, some of the details just cannot be repeated in this House. As far as amendments, I will note that this did go to committee before, and received cross-party support, and I hope that it goes to a committee and that no amendments would be required, though open, if there are indeed improvements. So I thank the member for his question.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de la Madeleine. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I have understood the emotion that this involves for him, but I have some questions, and I could explain a bit later why I think that his bill will be hard to implement, even maybe impossible. I'd like to hear what he has to say, because he's aware that there are constitutional issues. There is a section in the Charter that says that sentences should not be cruel, and there's already been a Supreme Court decision on this, and C-48 got through, and that means that C-48 is with respect to bail for someone who has not yet been found guilty, and now we're talking about parole ineligibility for murderers. There should be cause and effect here, and does him and his party commit, if this bill is adopted, if it is overturned, would they be using the notwithstanding clause to keep this? If it
Malahat Langford.
Merci beaucoup.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Beside me here, and yes, I would like to speak to the emotion and the impossible situation that these victims face. And he brings forward a more technical question about cruel and unusual punishment. And as I said, Bill C-48, which this is modeled after, dealt with cruel and unusual punishment and would apply this very similar for this bill. And so I see no change of outcome. And we would stand by this bill, again, with the focus on protecting families. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River, yes.
Madam Speaker, this bill is narrowly targeted to among the most sadistic murderers who rape, brutalize, and abduct their victim. The Library of Parliament looked into how many murderers that fall into this category that received parole, and the answer is they couldn't find a single instance in which the parole board granted full-day parole, and very rare circumstances where temporary absences and day parole were granted. No cases where full parole was granted, just to clarify. Doesn't that underscore the reasonableness of this bill?
Honourable member for Carrick-Shin Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his question and reiterating that as per Bill C-48, that this will stand a constitutional challenge under the Charter. And as he pointed out, these are the most heinous of criminals, and none have been found to be released. So we know that the parole boards will keep these heinous offenders in jail, and it will not affect the outcome for the punishments of these people who frankly deserve to never be released. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de Madeleine. Quick question. I'd like to ask my colleague the question again, because if he's really serious in this approach, he has to commit today to the victims that if ever this bill is adopted or it's struck down, if it's one day we have a conservative government, that his government could commit to using the notwithstanding clause so that this bill could be truly applied.
Malahat Langford, very brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the serious question. I will fight to ensure that this bill makes it through, becomes legislation, and that these most heinous crimes are punished as accordingly. And I will always stand to support victims. Thank you, Madam.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-235, introduced by the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford. This bill addresses an issue that goes to the very heart of our justice system, namely how our country punishes the most serious and devastating crimes, those that cause not only death or serious injury, but also lasting trauma for families, survivors, and society as a whole. The bill before us proposes to allow courts to impose a period of ineligibility for parole of up to 40 years, when a single victim suffers in a single sequence of events, murder, kidnapping, or forcible confinement combined with a sexual offense. These are crimes of extreme violence, crimes that destroy lives, families, and communities, crimes for which society legitimately feels a deep need for justice and protection. Recognizing the pain of families and victims, Madam Speaker, before we go further in this legal analysis, I would like to acknowledge the immense pain of the families who have been confronted with such tragedies, and I think my colleague across the way has done a good job in the way he has brought forward the debate on this topic. When a family has to relive its trauma at every parole hearing, it's not only difficult, it's inhumane. This is not a theoretical debate. It's about broken lives, parents and children living with impossible grief, survivors trying to rebuild their lives after the unthinkable. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to respond to that suffering. It seeks to offer a form of stability, a sense of closure, by reducing the frequency of hearings that reopen wounds that have barely healed. And that intention, Madam Speaker, is profoundly just. It deserves to be heard and discussed seriously. Madam Speaker, we have to respond with empathy, but also with rigor. However, in a government governed by the rule of law, we have to combine two imperatives. First, the moral imperative to protect victims. And the second, the legal imperative to respect the Constitution and the Charter. Emotion alone it's important, but emotion alone cannot be the basis for a criminal sentence. And passing a law based solely on emotion without a solid legal framework runs the very real risk of having the law struck down. And that is why, with a law that could be struck down in the future, we would once again disappoint victims a second time. So it's not with fragile legislation that we protect families, it's with robust, enforceable, and constitutional laws that we protect them. The current system is severe but clearly defined. Canada already has a system in place that allows for the adjustment of parole ineligibility for murder. This regime provides for 25 years automatically for first-degree murder and between 10 and 25 years for second-degree murder. These are mechanisms, including Section 743.6, to delay access to parole in certain serious cases. The system is based on a fundamental principle recognized by the Supreme Court for decades. Sentences must be individualized. They must take into account not only the act committed, but also the degree of responsibility of the convicted person, their history, and yes, their potential for rehabilitation. This is not an ideological position. It is a constitutional principle. The Bissonnette ruling, Madam Speaker, for me, it is an essential reminder. It's important. It's impossible to examine C-235 without speaking about the Bissonnette decision. And that decision, the Supreme Court struck down cumulative periods of ineligibility that could reach 50, 75, or 100 years. Why? Because a sentence that eliminates any possibility of release, even theoretical, constitutes a cruel and unusual punishment within the meaning of Section 12 of the Charter. The court did not say that the crimes were not heinous. It did not say that sentences should not be long. It said that the state can never, even for the most heinous crimes, completely remove the possibility of reintegration. And that, Madam Speaker, is not a political choice. It is a constitutional requirement. However, a 40-year period of ineligibility could in some cases be considered excessive, particularly when it's imposed on very young individuals or in special circumstances. The legal risk is therefore not theoretical. It is real, serious, and foreseeable, Madam Speaker. Our responsibility here at the House is to strengthen the bill to prevent it being struck down. Madam Speaker, our approach is not to reject C235. On the contrary, we recognize the legitimate intention of the member proposing this bill, but for this legislation to become lasting, an effective law that respects fundamental principles, it must be improved with the three essential amendments I'm going to propose. First, the first amendment, which is essential, we need a clear and uniform right of appeal, because when an exceptionally severe sentence is imposed, there must be a national review mechanism to harmonize case law. Second, an obligation to provide reasons for any inadmissibility exceeding 25 years. An exceptional sentence must be accompanied by equally exceptional reasons. This strengthens the legitimacy of the decision in the eyes of Canadians and protects the law from challenges. And third amendment, we need a strictly prospective application. This is essential to avoid the risk of violating Section 11 of the Charter, which prohibits retroactive increases in penalties. These amendments in no way diminish the scope of the bill. On the contrary, they make it stronger, they make it more compliant, more sustainable, and more useful for families and survivors. A strong, humane, and above all, constitutional justice system, Madam Speaker, well, our goal is not just to simply impose harsh sentences. Our goal is to impose severe penalties that stand the test of time and courts in the future. Victims have already experienced the unspeakable, and they do not deserve to have a court decision imposed on them a few years later that invalidates the law on which they had pinned their hopes. We must therefore offer them real protection, not symbolic protection, justice that is firm but legally sound, a law that respects the Constitution but does not falter in the face of challenges. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Bill C235 is a very important bill. It is guided by just intention and a human one, namely to better protect victims of the most serious crimes. But to become a truly effective law, it must be amended, and I presented my three amendments earlier. It must reflect our legitimate outrage, yes, but also our deep respect for the rule of law. It is in this spirit that we are participating in this debate, and it's in the spirit that we invite parliamentarians, all of them, to improve this text so that it becomes a fair, lasting, balanced, and strong law, and above all, humane one. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague as well for this bill. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Aigues de la Madeleine. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are debating my colleague's bill from the Conservative Party, who lives in British Columbia. I'd like to thank him, and he has all my respect. Despite the deep disagreement I have with this approach, this bill, C235, aims to amend the criminal code so that when a murder is preceded by a kidnapping and sexual assault, the judge can impose a period of parole ineligibility that goes beyond the current 25 years and can extend up to 40 years. Thus, if this bill were passed, a person convicted of kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder of the same person, based on the same facts, could be sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole for 40 years if a judge so decided after considering any recommendations by the jury. So there are two questions we have to ask. What are the motivations behind this initiative from my colleague, and is it feasible? But first, let's explain current rules with respect to parole for murderers. The Criminal Code provides already for a minimum sentence of life imprisonment for first and second degree murder with the possibility of parole after a certain period of time. First degree murder is murder that is premeditated, while second-degree murder is unplanned, such as a crime of passion. In the case of murder preceded by a kidnapping or sexual assault, which is what this bill targets, the criminal code already provides that whether the murder was premeditated or not, it is considered first-degree murder and therefore ineligible for parole before 25 years. So what happens after 25 years? The individual convicted of first-degree murder can apply to the parole board to review their case and be granted parole. And then the parole board will review the case and conduct an examination, for example, by consulting the inmate's reports, assessing the risk of reoffending, and determining the risks to society. And if these conditions are met, the board will allow the inmate to defend their parole request in a hearing before the commission. And then the board will then decide if they accept to grant parole, and if so, what conditions are attached. For example, the murderer may have to report back frequently to a parole officer and report various conditions. As I've already said, requests for parole from criminals are already rarely accepted. 2/3 of such requests are currently being refused. And many criminals throughout the history of Canada have failed on many occasions to obtain parole or even semi-parole. We talked about Mr. Bernardo. He was refused parole on only on 3 occasions in 2021, 2024, for example.
So that's how criminal law works currently for cases of murder. But now let's go back to the 2 questions. First, what are the motivations of my colleague? What does he seek to accomplish through this bill? For this, we can look at an interview he gave with a local Vancouver Island media outlet. In that interview, he acknowledged that a murderer who has already kidnapped and raped a victim would likely never receive parole. But the idea would be to prevent the murderer from even applying for parole. Because when there is an application, there is a hearing. And when there is a hearing, the victim's family and loved ones run a risk of reliving the horrendous pain of remembering what happened to their loved one. My learned colleague explained that the goal of his bill was not to delay parole, but rather to spare victims the pain of reliving their trauma while preparing for a hearing that would not change anything anyway. So his goal is to prevent grieving loved ones from being negatively affected by the parole hearing, which is why the title of his bill is the Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Victims Act. I will say first and foremost that the family and loved ones of a victim are not required to participate in parole board hearings. We can understand why they would feel the human need or desire to participate, but their testimony has no direct relation to the questions that the parole board will consider. I have already suggested here in this House that they can provide testimony without taking part in the hearing directly. For example, they could send in a written statement or a pre-recorded video that could be played at every hearing. I view this as a realistic alternative that will attain the goals that my colleague wishes to attain, which is to not re-traumatize victims' loved ones. However, my learned colleague's belief is, according to the Bloc, unrealistic and unconstitutional. And I find it unfortunate, truly, that he is giving false hope to a family that has already gone through much pain. Because this bill has no reasonable chance of being applied. Which brings us to the second question. Is this bill even workable? There was a recent case involving Alexandre Bissonnette. In 2022, the Supreme Court said that we are a rule of law country, and they made the following ruling. let's give some context. On January 29, 2017, Alexandre Bissonnette entered the Great Mosque of Quebec City with a semi-automatic rifle and a pistol. He fired on worshippers, killed 6 people, and pled guilty to 6 counts of first-degree murder. Back at that time, there was a criminal code provision allowing parole ineligibility periods to be served consecutively. So Bissonnette was facing 6 25-year parole ineligibility periods for a total of 150 years. This case made its way to the Supreme Court, which in 2022 overruled those provisions of the Criminal Code, noting that they violated the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. They also overruled the trial judge who had proposed a parole ineligibility period of 40 years instead of 150. Even that solution was overruled. I would like to quickly quote the Supreme Court. They wrote, Section 12 of the Charter guarantees the right not to be subjected to any cruel and unusual treatment or punishment. In essence, the purpose of Section 12 of the Charter is to protect human dignity and ensure respect for the inherent worth of each individual. The imposition of a sentence of imprisonment for life without a realistic possibility of parole is, by its very nature, intrinsically incompatible with human dignity. It is degrading in nature in that it presupposes at the time of its imposition that the offender is beyond redemption and lacks the moral autonomy needed for rehabilitation. So, Madam Speaker, it seems likely that the Supreme Court would view even a 40-year parole ineligibility period as unconstitutional. If my colleague is truly serious, there's only 2 ways to get this law passed in a way that could be applied. First, invoking the notwithstanding clause, thus saying, here we are going to ignore the Charter. But my colleague has made no commitment to invoke the notwithstanding clause, and I don't get it. If he's truly serious, then he should do what needs to be done, and that's not what he's doing. The other way to get this bill passed would be to amend the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. For that, you need the backing of 7 out of 10 provinces representing at least half of the Canadian population. But my colleague is not suggesting that either. As such, Madam Speaker, respectfully, we are dealing with a bill that makes no sense, violates the Constitution, is incompatible with our legal system, and moved by a sponsor that has proposed no solution that would make the bill possible. I can only feel sorrow for the families and loved ones of murdered and brutalized persons whom my colleague promised to help, speaking glowingly about a new bill that will never, ever be applied. I can only share in the bitterness they will feel faced with a policy that raises up their hopes only to dash them to the ground, and that's why the Bloc will vote against this bill.
Member for St. Albert Sturgeon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in strong support as the seconder of Bill C-235, Respecting Families of Murdered and Brutalized Persons Act, introduced by the member for Cowichan-Malahat, Langford. I want to thank him for his leadership in bringing this bill forward. It is legislation that will help spare the families of murdered victims from being re-traumatized with frequent parole hearings brought by some of the worst and most sadistic murderers in our correctional system. And I also want to acknowledge the leadership of the member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman, who has been a tireless and consistent champion for the rights of victims and has championed this bill in previous parliaments. In fact, I recall speaking to this bill in a previous iteration in 2019. Madam Speaker, this bill would amend Section 745 of the Criminal Code to give judges the discretion to increase the parole and eligibility period for first-degree murderers who sexually assault or kidnap their victim in the course of the same criminal event or series of events. As it presently stands in the Criminal Code, all first-degree murderers are eligible for parole after 25 years, eligible to apply for parole. All this bill does is provide that in the case of among the worst of the worst, that a judge would have the discretion to increase the parole and eligibility period from anywhere from 25 years all the way up to 40 years. I would make a few observations. First of all, as the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford noted, the sentence, the automatic sentence for murder in the criminal code is life. And that reflects the gravity of the offense, the fact that murder is the worst, the most serious offense in the criminal code. I would submit that it follows that a life sentence ought to mean something. It ought to mean something when considering the length of time that a convicted murderer, a convicted first-degree murderer who goes out and rapes and kidnaps their victim should spend behind bars before they have the privilege of applying for parole. Second, I would note that while murder is horrific and evil, not all murderers are equal, but yet the criminal code treats them equally in the case of first-degree murder insofar as they're eligible to apply for parole after 25 years. And I certainly agree they shouldn't be able to apply. Anyone convicted of first-degree murder should not be able to apply any earlier than 25 years. But frankly, there are some murderers who are so vile, so sadistic, so evil, and so irredeemable that they really fall into their own separate category. And the member for Cowichan Malahat Langford listed some of those murderers that unfortunately Canadians are familiar with. Madam Speaker, for those types of sadistic murderers, there's really only one thing that can be done, and that is to separate them from society for the rest of their lives. And that is precisely what the parole board has done in cases of murderers who go out and abduct, rape, torture, and brutalize and murder their victims. Those murderers are almost never provided with parole. In fact, the member for Selkirk, Interlake, East asked the Library of Parliament to undertake research to determine how often murderers that fit into that category receive parole, and the Library of Parliament could not find one case where a murderer in that category was granted full parole, and very few cases where temporary absences or day parole was granted. Simply put, our correctional system has deemed murderers that fall into this category, that go out and murder and rape and brutalize their victims in the course of murdering them, to be not releasable. And I would submit, therefore, it underscores the reasonableness of this bill. But while such murderers are not releasable, they can apply for parole after 25 years. In fact, they can apply in year 23. And when their application is turned down, as it almost certainly will be, they can apply again and again and again, year after year after year, depending on the age of the offender, the murderer. That could mean dozens of parole applications and dozens of parole hearings over the course of a lifetime of that murderer. And in the process, the families of victims are punished by the process, victimized again and again, re-traumatized by having to go through parole hearings that in which the application has virtually no chance of success. And so, having regard for that, I say, is it really that unreasonable to give a judge the discretion in the case of the worst to determine that that murderer ought to be not eligible for parole at 25 years, but for a longer period of time, anywhere up to 40 years. It could be 30 years, it could be 35 years. It would be entirely at the discretion of the trial judge, having regard for the specific facts, the specific circumstances, and the specific offender. I would say that is common sense. That is just. It does right for the families of victims who were murdered. And, Madam Speaker, speaking of these frequent parole hearings for convicted murderers, that is why I offered Brian's bill in honor of the late Brian Ilisic, who was brutally murdered along with Michelle Shigelski and Eddie Rahano at the University of Alberta's Hub Mall. Matthew Schumann survived but lives with injuries that are life-altering. Brian's bill would amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to provide that murderers who apply for parole and are turned down cannot apply again and again. Rather, their parole would only be considered at the time of the statutory review that occurs every 5 years rather than every year. And, Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to the member for Edmonton-Griesbach for introducing Brian's bill in this Parliament, Bill C-243. It's at second reading stage. I hope it does pass. It is common sense legislation, just as this is common sense legislation. This is legislation that will go a long way to sparing the families of victims from frequent parole hearings. It will stop convicted murderers from being able to, frankly, in many instances, take advantage and deliberately try to cause trauma on the part of the families of victims because they sadistically enjoy re-victimizing and continuing to re-victimize the families of their victims. And it will, of course, address really an abuse in terms of the process and in terms of all of the costs associated with these hearings in respect of murderers who are frankly have no hope. They have no hope because they'll never be released because they are not releasable. And so I am pleased to learn, based upon the speech from the member for Bourassa, that the government supports the intent of the bill, and therefore it sounds like the government will be supporting the bill at second reading stage to go to committee. The member for Bourassa cited 3 amendments.
The honourable member is out of time, and I tried to indicate to the honourable parliamentary secretary, to the government house leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, right offhand, I think the member did an outstanding job in terms of expressing his thoughts as to why he's been able to justify bringing forward the bill and really showing a great deal of sympathy to the victims. And, Madam Speaker, I think that's maybe where I'd like to continue in terms of when I posed the question. Because I do genuinely believe, Madam Speaker, that no matter what political stripe one might actually be of, that people can relate to, you know, the circumstances surrounding these horrendous crimes and be very sympathetic to it. And where we can act, we should act. You know, I listened to the Bloc Party's representation on the legislation, and you want to say, well, they're not supporting the legislation. But I still respect what it is that the Bloc is saying and the concerns that they raise. And I like to think it doesn't take away from the sympathy that they would actually have towards the victims, Madam Speaker. We heard from the member from Bourassa talk about from a government potential position with respect to the legislation, that there are some concerns that we have with the legislation. And those concerns do need to be addressed. And in me putting forward the question to the member, I was encouraged by his response, and in hopes that it's all in good faith, because the motivation for the legislation should be focused on the victims. And when we talk about the victims, I would even expand it a little bit more to talk about our communities, because often when you hear of these eligibility for parole meetings taking place, it generates quite a bit of media attention. And through that media attention, there's all forms of opinions and thoughts in our communities that are developed. And for me, I want to make sure that there's some justice that's there for our communities and justice for our victims, not having to relive these horrific incidences that occur, I think is really important. And even though, as the member has been pointed out and the member is aware, the victim does not necessarily have to attend a parole board meeting, but I can understand why they would want to attend. I can understand why, even if they don't want to attend, the media generation that is the media attention that is generated by someone appearing that has committed a horrendous crime, and how it filters into the community and then into the homes of the victims. It's very real. It's very tangible. So, based on the assumption that the motivation is right in terms of bringing forward the legislation, and that the member is genuinely open to amendments, I think that there is an opportunity, Madam Speaker, to be able to, in an apolitical fashion, see the legislation ultimately get to committee. And I think that that's could be a very healthy situation. And we'll have to wait and see in terms of how that ultimately develops. Because I know, as private members, it doesn't matter on what side of the House, will often identify an issue that's important to themselves. And that could be because of a personal experience. It could be because of a constituency in their own riding in which they represent, raising a particular issue. Or it could be from a stakeholder, in this case, from victims. Because the type of victims we're talking about in this situation come from all regions of the country. So I can appreciate when a member identifies an issue and then chooses to bring it forward in the form of a private member's bill. What I like about private members' bills is the fact that they're programmed. We know at most there will be 2 hours of debate on this legislation. I would ultimately argue that that is a good thing. Otherwise, we might not ever see an actual vote on the legislation that would enable it to go into committee if it passed a vote. Now, why that is important for me to raise is that I personally believe that we need to look at rule changes that we could actually apply the same principles, maybe not 2 hours, but the same principles, program votes for government legislation. And the reason why I say that is because as the member is concerned about the file of crime, so are we also on the substantive legislation that is before the House today, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Because there's been so much work dealing with issues like bail reform. Mm-hmm. And I know as the member is very determined with his legislation that he's brought forward. And he will get that apolitical support I believe, to ultimately see it continue to proceed, I think that we need to take a look at the crime file in a more apolitical fashion in general, Madam Speaker. Because what the member has proposed is very similar in terms of how we're trying to push other legislative initiatives. And it's not always treated in the same fashion. When I look at the legislation, there is a need for some amendments on it. There was a concern in regards, for example, the ability to be able to appeal. Should there be an ability to be able to appeal? I think, Madam Speaker, that if somehow there's some form of an amendment could be brought forward to that we would actually be able to see it being more in compliant with the Charter of Rights. Because if you don't have that, some sort of an appeal mechanism in there, I think that it might not stand up against the Charter, and we could see it being ruled on at a superior court or even potentially the Supreme Court. So I think that is an issue that has to be dealt with, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very much interested in how the member himself believes that we can look at incorporating that into the legislation. I, for one, have a great deal of confidence in our judicial independence and judges being able to use discretion. So when we talk about changing the law in the form that we're talking today, that where you exceed that 25 years that is being currently in place, that there should be an obligation of some form for the judicial system, the judge, to be able to provide some form of an explanation that details as to why it is that we need to be able to extend it, that eligible parole, past that 25 years. To me, that makes a whole lot of sense. Now, I'm not a lawyer by profession, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, or Madam Speaker, but I used to be a justice critic for the province in Manitoba many years ago. And I can tell you that not only do I learn about joint responsibilities for our justice system, but I also understand the importance of being charter compliant. And I highlight two areas of concern. There might be some additional concerns that are out there. And that's the reason why, Madam Speaker, I look to the member and in hopes that we will actually see amendments to the legislation so that more members of the House would feel comfortable to the degree in which we'll actually be able to see it pass. And at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, if we can do that, the real winners on this legislation is not the members of the House, but the public as a whole, Madam Speaker.
Hear, hear.
It's the Canadians that benefit. And that's the reason why, when we talk about legislation in general...
I'm sorry, but the honourable member has overrun his time, yes, as is often the case. The honourable member for York Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and of course an honour to speak on this very important bill from my colleague. I want to focus members' attention back to why this bill is important and why these changes should be made. I just want to reiterate for you one of the horrific instances that this bill would seek to address, and that, of course, is the murder of Tori Stafford from my neck of the woods. And I'll just remind members what happened in that case, and I'll just quote from a local article at that time, which said, Terry, now it's Terry Lynn McClintock, one of the murderers, went to a local hardware store, bought a claw hammer and some garbage bags, after which they drove to a remote location near Mount Forest, Ontario. Once there, Terry stated that she got out of the car while Michael sexually assaulted Tori. He then placed a garbage bag over her head and hit her with the hammer. They placed the body in more bags, hid it under a pile of rocks, and drove away. Madam Speaker, these are the types of horrific crimes that this bill seeks to bring justice for. And right now, we do not have justice. One of the key principles of our criminal justice system is proportionality, Madam Speaker. And that means that the punishment should fit the crime. And right now, for these specific instances of abduction, rape, brutalization, and murder, we do not have the appropriate balance. And that's why my colleague's bill is important, because it returns that balance. There were concerns raised about discretion. Now, Madam Speaker, if you read the bill, and I know all members will before voting on it, this bill maintains that discretion. It allows a jury to make a recommendation. It's a recommendation, it's not binding on the judge, and it allows the judge the discretion to choose that period of parole ineligibility. It does not require it, it maintains that discretion. And as a lawyer myself, that is something I support, because context matters in these cases. And in these cases, we need more availability of a longer ineligibility period for parole to ensure that brutal murderers like Michael Rafferty, like Terry Lynn McClintock, do not have access to parole. As my honourable colleague mentioned, part of the problem is that once eligibility is reached, you can seek it again and again and again. Therefore, re-victimizing those who went through those terrible experiences and giving the opportunity for these murderers, rapists, and abusers to get out again. Now, frankly, Madam Speaker, they should never see the light of day. That's why this bill, increasing the ineligibility period from 25 years up to 40 years, is important. Let me remind the members that Parliament makes laws. Parliament upholds justice for Canadians. The courts will do what they want, but we should pass this bill.
The honourable member will have 7 minutes to conclude his remarks, if he so wishes, when the next time the bill comes for debate. It being 1:30, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24.1.